Well, the 1948 Ferrari 166 Inter is pretty much the masterpiece that put Ferrari on the map. It was one of their first true Grand Tours and was designed by the legendary Carrozzeria Touring. Fun fact, this car was powered by a 2-liter V12 engine, which was quite the feat back then, delivering enough power to make it a real head-turner on the roads. Plus, it was super exclusive. Only a handful were made, making it the dream car for collectors even today. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down fast. Make your selections now before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI car hit the track. Hurry up and pick your winner before the race starts. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad you could join us again. Grab some popcorn because these AI cars are about to put on a show you won't want to miss. Oh, this is a classic battle of the underdog versus the vintage all-star. The Mini Cooper is known for its nimbleness and agility, especially in tight corners. But the Lotus Cortina has a bit more power and a reputation for being a bit more aggressive. Honestly, if I had to pick, I'd say that Dr. Felix in the Lotus might have a slight edge because of that extra power. But don't count out Nazareb Stark's Mini. If it can avoid getting squished by bigger cars, it could definitely surprise us. This should be a fun one to watch. Wow, thank you so much, Toadette TV, for subscribing at Tier 1. Your support really keeps this digital racetrack running smoothly. I appreciate you joining us for the ride. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Clark International Speedway, and leading the pack from the very start is Wayne Gretzky, driving a classic 1970 Porsche 914.6. Vintage slow cars, but hey, he's making it look stylish. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Scott Dixon is leading the race right now. Wayne Gretzky is in second place, and Sovi is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Gina Jones is on a tear, climbing 4 spots to 9th place. Amy's making moves too, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd. Lombardo is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 4th. The race is heating up. Sovi is now in second place, climbing 1 spot. Drivon 192 Tugax has moved up to 8th place. Chosenskost is now in 13th position. Captain Canadian is making a move, climbing up 3 spots to 25. Aerotech is closing in on Bobardo, cutting the gap by over a second. The battle between Aerotech and Bobardo for 4th place is getting intense. Ice is charging up the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Aerotech is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place after gaining 2 spots. Gina Jones is making moves, now in 8th place after moving up 1 spot. Ice is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 22nd. Next, Romaval is climbing steadily to 9. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Chosen's coast, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Captain Canadian is on the move, climbing to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Hot Bolognese is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 26th. Ice is having a tough time, dropping 6 places to 28. Bobardo is climbing to 4th place. Pippi Langstrom and Radizerökte Vivixen are nose to nose for 11. Amy is advancing to 13. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Amy is also moving up 2 spots, now in 11. Radizerökte Vixen and Amy are nose to tail for 11th place. Dr. Felix is chipping away at Mazirop Starks, closing the gap by 240 seconds. Captain Canadian has climbed 1 spot to occupy the 20th position. Everlasting Apex has also moved up 1 spot, now sitting in 22nd place. Smurf 20 is closing in on Hot Bolognese fast, just 6 seconds behind now. Amy is gaining on Chosen's coast, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Swell Place TV and Radizerökte Vivixen are nose to tail for 12th place. Gina Jones is now in 5th place, inching closer to the top 5. Wayne Bretsky and Gina are nose-to-nose for that 5th spot. Iconic Odd has climbed 2 positions and is now in 12th place. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrom and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Abeta Bloke has moved up 1 spot to take 21st place. Everlasting Apex has also moved up 1 spot to take 22nd place. Sovi just took the lead, moving up to 1st place. Bobardo is now in 3rd, climbing steadily. Scott Dixon and Bobardo are nose to tail for 2nd place. Looks like a good scrap forming there. Scott Dixon and Sovi are nose to nose for 1st place. Aerotech is chipping away at Bobardo's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Swell Placed V has climbed 1 spot and is now in the 13th position. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Aerotech has moved up to 3rd. Gina Jones is in 4th. The race is heating up. Swell Placed V is having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 22nd. Radicero Active Vixen is making a move up 1 spot to 13. And I am climbing 2 spots to 14. Well-placed V is dropping like a stone to 28th place. Amy is chipping away at Nexaramaval, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. And I just sneaked into the 13th spot, climbing 1 position. Drew 192 kicks is slicing through the track, closing the gap on Wayne Gretzky by 2 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 8th place, making her way through the field. Captain Canadian is advancing 2 spots, now sitting in 15. Gina Jones is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is inching closer to 7th. Move for Life is also making moves up to 8. Looks like Amy and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 7th. Ice is making a bold move, climbing up to 17. Drew 192 Kex is really having a rough time, dropping back to 25. Gina Jones and Sovi are nose to nose for 2nd place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Wow! Scott Dixon just took the win. Guess he's still got the magic touch. Well done! Hey Aminsan! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you in the chat again. Hope you're ready for some thrilling AI car races. Congratulations to Scott Dixon for winning the race. That was an impressive run. Well done. And Amy, you snagged the fastest lap. So you get to claim the vintage 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Nice upgrade. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2006 McLaren MP 421 has the best shot. It's known for its speed and handling, especially on circuits that demand agility and quick acceleration. Plus, McLaren's a pretty strong team in racing history. The Ferrari 248 F1 would definitely give it a run for its money, thanks to its power and engineering. The rest are solid contenders, but given the circuit and the era, I think the McLaren's combination of speed and finesse might just edge out the others. Alright, everyone, time is almost up. Make your final decisions and get your favorite car in before it's too late. No more chances after this. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. Cobra with the Spiker, M16. Sounds like a real underdog story, kind of like a vintage wine in a world of champagne. Meanwhile, the Lescope with the Ferrari 248 F1 is basically bringing a big name to the party. Given the car choices, I'd probably bet on the Ferrari 248 F1 getting a slight edge, just because it's a Formula One car, and built for speed and agility. But hey, the Spiker could surprise us if the AI behind it gets creative around those retro corners. I'm leaning towards the Lescope taking the win. But honestly, with AI racing, anything can happen. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the legendary circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro Track. Leading the pack right now is Dude's Mocha Blunt in a classic 2006 Red Bull RB2. Starting from pole position. Let's see if he can hold on to that top spot or if the AI will surprise us. Dude's Mocha Blunt has taken an early lead. Lemon Cult Games is right behind in second, and Scott Dixon is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Scott Dixon has advanced to second place. Everlasting Apex has moved up to fourth place. Toadette TV and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for fourth. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 8th place. New for Life and Cobracle are neck and neck for 12th. The Lescope and Sovi are nose to tail for 10th place. Rule for Life and Cobracle are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Gina Jones is climbing up one spot to 15. Marty Freeze is climbing steadily into the top 10. Sovi is also making a move, now in 8th place. Amy is having a rough time dropping to 20th. Maya is holding her ground in 6th. Smurfed Winnie is gaining on Toadette TV, closing the gap by just over a second. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 11th place. Der Let's Go is making moves, now in 16. Der Let's Go and Itzeror are neck and neck for 15th place. Amy is closing in on Amundsen, shrinking the gap by 2.5 seconds. Smurfed Winnie is driving a Super Aguri S, a 06. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place. Not bad for a team that's often underestimated. Sovi is driving a 26 Red Bull B22. They're currently in 9th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly racing to the front. Looks like a solid middle of the pack effort so far. Move for Life and Cobra Co are still neck and neck for 12th place. Serotamiliyev has gained 2 spots and is now in 16. Maya and Serotamiliyev are battling hard for 16. Smurf 20 is driving a Super Aguirre's a 06. They're currently in 6th place, but their fastest lap is a bit slow compared to the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Lemon Cult Games is driving a Red Bull RB2 and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so they might be holding back a bit. Maya is driving a McLaren MP 421 and currently in the 18th position. Her lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like she's struggling to keep up. Cabrico is driving the Spiker M16, and they are currently in the 13th place. Their lap time is quite slow compared to others, so it looks like their race isn't going smoothly. Their Let's Go just overtook someone to move up to 18th place. Amy is closing in on Maya, shrinking the gap by a second and a third. Their Let's Go is climbing to the 17th place. Amy is inching closer to the 20th spot. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 6th place. Amy is making her way to 18. Sovi is climbing to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 8. Smurf 20 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 8th place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 9th place, climbing 2 spots. Smurf 20 and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose fighting for 9th. Move for Life and Cabrico are locked in a close duel for 12th. Wow, dude, Smokey a Blunt, you really smoked the competition and took the victory. Nice job. Wow. Dude, Smokey a Blunt really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that victory. You definitely earned it. And for those of you watching, Pippi Langstrom has been the overtake king today. They can claim that snazzy 2006 Renault R26, perfect for zooming through those virtual circuits. Make sure to reach out and claim your prize. Alright, here's a fun fact for you all about the all-random racing car class. These cars are like the box of chocolates of racing. They can turn up anything from a sleek sports car to a goofy-looking bubble machine. It keeps everyone on their toes because you never know what beast or beauty you'll get in the race. Basically, it's like a lottery, but with more speed. Hey there! If you're enjoying the chaos of these AI cars racing around, make sure to hit that follow button so you don't miss out on any of the action. Trust me, you'll want to see what these bots do next. Hey everyone! If you want to see what cars you've locked in for the race, just type !car in the chat. It's a quick way to check and see which vehicle you're cheering for or maybe regretting already. So go ahead, give it a shot. Hey there, I Shadow One. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again for some AI car racing fun. Sit back and enjoy the high-speed chaos. Hey everyone, if you want to check out the awesome shirts and merch we've got just for you, type ! Mark merch in chat, and the bot will hook you up with the link. Don't miss out on grabbing some cool gear to show off your love for the races. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the race starts. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for the speedy favorite or surprise us with an underdog. Get those selections in now before it's too late. Alright. So on one side we have Amy in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar, which is built for speed and agility, especially on a racing circuit like Feldbergring. And then there's Beth Raylene in a Lexus LC500, which is a luxury coupe more focused on style and comfort than pure racing performance. If it was a straight-up race where raw speed matters most, I'd probably lean toward Amy's IndyCar. It's designed to be quick and nimble and should handle the twists and turns of Feldbergring pretty well. Beth Raylene's Lexus, while elegant and powerful, isn't exactly made for racing dominance, so I would give the edge to Amy's car there. But hey, cars are only part of the story. Sometimes AI surprises us with unexpected skills. Still, I'd say Amy has the upper hand here. Hey there, Elias and Linity8. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We're just about to watch some crazy AI cars race each other. Sit tight and enjoy the high-speed chaos. Alright everyone, this exciting race is a reward for your amazing support. We're kicking things off at Feldbergring with the all-random car clap. Scott Dixon is starting on pole in a classic 2003 Audi S4. Let's see which AI car takes the lead and surprises us all. Elias has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is right behind in second place, and Ice is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle forming early on. Inga Kringleberry is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Mai is making moves, now in 12th. Gina Jones is also on the rise, now in 14th. No sign of slowing down yet. Inga Kringleberry is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place. Amin-san is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 8th. Amin-san and Chosen's Coast are nose-to-nose fighting for 7. Amin-san is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Bide 39 and Amin-san are nose-to-tail fighting for that same spot. Maya is inching up to 10th. making her way through the pack. Maya is on the move, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is also making progress, now in 9th after her own trio of overtakes. Amy is storming through, now in 11th after passing 4 cars. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Pippi Langstrup is making a move, now in 14th. Edic Shadow 1 is also gaining ground, now in 16th. Ice and Eliazesk are nose to tail for first place. Amy is climbing fast, now in 6th. Pippi Langstrup and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 13th. Gina Jones is climbing to 7th place. Betty 9 is now in 8th. New for Life is making a move to 11th. Woo for Life is charging through the field, now in 8th place. Edic Shadow 1 is also making moves, climbing to 11th. Silver Gaming is inching forward, now in 14th. New for Life just sliced through the field to grab the lead. Eliazesk and New for Life are nose to tail for the top spot. Edic Shadow 1 is climbing fast, now in 9th. Eliazesk takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Ice is right behind, inching closer to the front. Hingle the Kringleberry is making a move, climbing up to 3rd place. Ice is closing in on Eliazesk, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to take 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is making a move, gaining 2 spots to sit in 9th. New for Life is gaining fast on Singoshi, cutting the distance by 6.7 seconds. Silver Gaming moves up 1 spot to 12th. Wealth Kavanona is closing in on Scott Dixon, narrowing the gap by 140 seconds. New for Life is rapidly catching up to Singoshi, closing the gap by 14 seconds. Ice and Eliazesk are nose-to-nose at the front. Aminsan is sneaking up on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. New for Life is closing in on Singoshi fast, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Alan 656 has climbed 1 spot to 15. Bethralian and Sovi are locked in a fierce fight for 20th place. New for Life is charging up behind Singoshi, closing in by 15.5 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Maya, with a 1.8 second gap, but Silver Gaming is creeping closer to Chazin's coast, narrowing it by 1.6 seconds. Ice is now in first place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Eliazesk, closing the gap by 2/4 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Maya, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Sylvia is storming through the field, now in first place after overtaking 24 cars. Ice and Sylvia are nose to tail. fighting for the lead. No for life. And Singoshi are locked in a close duel for 25th. Ice and Sylvia nose to tail at the front. Amin-san and Hingle McCringleberry are swapping positions in the fight for fourth. Id Shadawana is cutting down the distance to Gina Jones, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Ice is now in first place. Iliaisk has moved up to second. Hingle McCringleberry is in third. The top three are getting closer. Gina Jones is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1/3 seconds. Looks like I better start sweating. Nova Life and Sobi are locked in a fierce fight for 25th place. This race just got interesting. Amy is gaining on Amin-san. The gap is shrinking fast. Nova Life and Sophie are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Gina Jones is gaining on me, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Silver Up Gaming is hot on Chosensko's tail, closing in by 1 second. Singoshi is creeping up on Strutting Jarl, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amin-san just moved up 1 spot to take third place. Gina Jones is closing in on me, cutting the gap by 4 seconds. Ren Kaori is gaining on Alan 656, closing the distance by 1/4 seconds. Amin-san is gaining on Eliasesk, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is hot on Hingle McCringleberry's tail, making it a tight battle. Gina Jones is creeping up on me, but I doubt she's got enough time to catch up. Iliasesk is catching up to Ice, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Amin-san is making a move on Iliasesk, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Amy is sneaking up on Hingle McCringleberry, closing gap by just over 2 seconds. Ice and Amin-san are nose to nose at the front. Gina Jones and I are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up 1 spot to 8. Idyak Shadawane is on a tier, overtaking 8 cars to take the lead. Ice and Aitya Shadawana are nose to nose for the top spot. Gina Jones just gained 1 spot, now in 6th. Ice is now leading the race, pulling away from the pack. Sovi is feeling the heat with New for Life, closing in fast. Iliasesk has climbed to 2nd place, inching closer to the front. Blue is rapidly catching Sovi, cutting the gap down by 18.1 seconds. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Maya with a 2.2 second reduction. New for Life is closing in on Sovi fast, just 13.8 seconds behind now. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is also moving up, now in 6th. Amy is gaining on LESS quickly now, just a few seconds behind. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on me, the gap shrinking steadily. Amundsen has moved up one spot and is now in 11th place. Amundsen is gaining fast on Silver Baker Gaming, the gap shrinking by 740 seconds. Mover Life is closing in on Sovi, cutting the distance by 7.2 seconds. Amy is creeping closer to LESS, just 1.4 seconds behind. Amundsen is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is closing in on Sovi fast, chipping away at the gap by 9 seconds. LESS is gaining on ice, narrowing the distance by a little over a second and a half. New for Life is closing in on Sovi fast, just 11.9 seconds behind now. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Amy by 2.7 seconds. Silver Gaming is moving up one spot to take 10th place. Ice is dropping back to 7th place. Edic Shadowin is making a move, now 8th after overtaking 4 cars. Scott Dixon is closing in on Ren Kaori, cutting the gap by 14 seconds. Looks like the chase is on. Amundsen is on a tier, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Wild Kevinona is closing in on Chosen's Coast fast, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is making moves, jumping up one spot to 4th. Maya is slicing through the field and now leading the race. Amy and Maya are nose to tail. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Gina Jones has gained 1 position and is now in 5th place, closing in. Pippi Langstrumpf is on a roll, overtaking 4 cars to reach 2nd place. Amy is climbing steadily, now in 1st place. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting it down by 3.5 seconds. Alan 656 is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rin Kaori is right behind, also up 3 spots to 11. New for Life is closing the gap on Sovi fast, shrinking it by over 14 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Silver Beginning fast, just 5.7 seconds behind now. New for Life is gaining on Sylvie significantly, only 12.5 seconds apart. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to claim 3rd place. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining fast on Silver Beaker Gaming, closing the gap by 11 seconds. New for Life is also making moves on Sovi, trimming over 10 seconds. IRS Indes is inching closer to Wild Kevinona, just 1 second behind. Singoshi is gaining fast on Asironi, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Move for Life is catching up to Sovi, reducing the distance by over 6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Gina Jones. narrowing the gap by 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones fast, cutting the gap by 7 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is sneaking up on me, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Ren Kaori is inching closer to Alan 656, reducing the gap by just over 1 second. Amin-san is really making a move, closing the gap to Singoshi by 8 seconds. Ice is chipping away at Hingle McCringleberry, just 2:30 seconds behind. And Pippi Langstrump is sneaking up on me, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Looks like a race to watch. Amin-san is closing in on Singoshi fast, cutting the gap by nearly 20 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to second place. Hingle McCringleberry is also making moves, grabbing third. Amin-san is gaining fast on Singoshi, the gap shrinking by almost 11 seconds. Gina Jones is creeping up on Amy, just a little over a second behind. Ice is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by a tiny bit. Amin-san is rapidly catching up to Singoshi, the gap shrinking by 18.2 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Amy, cutting the distance by 2.5 seconds. Ice is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Amin-san is gaining fast on Singoshi, closing the gap by 18 seconds. Ice is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, shaving off 3.6 seconds. And I am creeping up on Ilias-esque, narrowing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on me, closing the gap by over a second and a half. V39 and Ren Kaori are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Tyler and Beth Raylene are locked in a close fight for 17th. Amin-san is closing in on Asironi, closing the gap by 10.9 seconds. New for Life is gaining on Singoshi, closing the gap by 12 seconds. Ren Kaori is catching up to Elan 656, reducing the gap by just over 1 second. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by nearly 9 seconds. Balsamic Vint 183 is gaining on Ice, closing the distance by 7.5 seconds. EDX Shadowwana just moved up 1 spot to 4th place. EDX Shadowwana is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Chozang's Coast is chipping away at VD39, narrowing it by 130 seconds. Wild Kavanona is catching up to Beth Raylene, reducing the distance by 230 seconds. Ice is making a move, and has jumped up to 9th place. New for Life is closing in on Toadette TV fast, chipping away at the gap. Singoshi is also on the hunt, closing in on Strutting Jarl with some serious speed. Amin-san just blitzed through 11 cars to grab 8th place. Aya seemed doing the same, sneaking into 9th. Asuroni is closing the gap on Toadette TV, shrinking it by over 8 seconds. Looks like the race is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Elias fast, chipping away at nearly 7 seconds. Scott Dixon is gaining on Bethraleen even quicker, almost 10 seconds closer. Silver Gaming just climbed 1 spot to take 9th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Elias, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Edith Shadawane is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Silver Gaming has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Ice is rapidly catching up to Silver B Gaming, closing the gap by 7.5 seconds. Balsamic Vintu 83 is making a move on Ren Kaori, chipping away almost 10 seconds. New for Life is on the hunt for Tylerer, closing in by 10 seconds. Things are heating up out there. Ice is gaining ground on Silver B Gaming, closing the gap by 12 seconds. Tyler is on a roll, overtaking 8 cars to reach the 10th spot. Pippi Langstrumpf is inching closer to Elias, narrowing the gap by just over a second. Nova Life just made a bold move up to 15th place. Wild Kevanona is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over 9 seconds. Elias is climbing steadily, now in 4th. Amin San is really closing that gap on Scott Dixon. Just 11.3 seconds now. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Ice has gained 2 positions, now in 6th. Elias better watch out. Maya is closing the distance fast. Ice is creeping up behind. Maya, now, just a 1.5 back. Edith Shadawane is gaining on Silver B Gaming, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Things are heating up. Balsamic Vint 183 is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Elias is having a rough patch, dropping 9 spots to 13. Toadette TV is closing in on Amin-san fast, cutting the gap by over 15 seconds. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to tail for the lead. Ice is gaining on Maya, now just 3.2 seconds behind. Amundsen is closing fast on Scott Dixon. The gap shrinks by 14.3 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Silver Gaming rapidly. Just 10.30 seconds behind now. Elias is gaining on Chosen's Coast, closing the gap by 11.4 seconds. Gina Jones is making a move, climbing up to first place. Sove is driving a vintage 1969 Shelby GT 500. Looks like the car is struggling with pace, currently in 26th and a good chunk behind the leaders. Not much action happening for them so far. Amin San is really closing that gap on Ren Kaori. Just 11.8 seconds now. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, only 1.4 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 7th place, making some moves. New for Life is gaining fast on Chosen's coast. The gap shrinks to just over 6 seconds. Amy is inching closer to Hingle Mip Kringleberry, now less than 1.5 seconds behind. Ice is catching up to me, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Hippie Langström is gaining on Idik Shadowani, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Amundsen has climbed 2 spots to 16. Deathrelane and Amundsen are nose to nose for that same spot. Idik Shadowani is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 3rd place. Toadette TV is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 7.8 seconds. Silver Gaming just moved up 1 spot to 8. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Ice is also making moves, creeping into 5th. Amy is holding strong in 3rd. Amundsen is gaining fast on VD39 and closing the distance by 7.4 seconds. Idik Shadowani is making a move on Silver Beak Gaming, chopping down the gap by 2.5 seconds. Ayasingtis is creeping closer to Strutting Jarl, narrowing it by 2.4 seconds. New for Life is gaining fast on Maya, now just 9 seconds behind. Amundsen is closing the gap on Chosen's coast, now only 12 seconds apart. Amy has climbed 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Idik Shadowani is closing in on Silver Begaming fast, just 8 seconds behind now. Singoshi has overtaken 5 cars and is climbing into the top 16. Hingle McKringleberry is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to take 1st place. Idik Shadowani is rapidly catching up to Silver Beak Gaming, less than 10 seconds behind now. Gina Jones is closing in on Amy and gaining a couple of seconds. New for Life is inching closer to me, just over 2 seconds separating us. Shadow One and Silver Beak Gaming are nose to nose for 6th place. New Life is creeping up behind me, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Deathrelane is chipping away at Wild Cavanoni, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Amy is gaining on Hingle McKringleberry, now just a second behind. Idik Shadowani has moved up to 6th place, closing the gap. Iliasesk is chipping away at Silver Beak Gaming, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Iliasesk is gaining fast on Silver Beak Gaming, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Ice is inching closer to Gina Jones, just over a second behind. Wild Cavanon is climbing up the ranks, moving into 14th place. Gina Jones is feeling the icy breath of ice behind her. Iliasesk is creeping up on Silver Beak Gaming with a 3-second slice. Amundsen is hot on a move for Life's tail, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Amy fast, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Ice is hot on Gina's heels, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Idekshadawane is creeping up on Pippi Langstrumpf, narrowing the distance by a little over a second and a half. Maya is now just a few seconds behind Silverbeak Gaming. Looks like a move is imminent. Amy is catching up to Hingle McCringleberry. Not much time left before they meet. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Ice, but still a bit of distance to close. Maya is gaining on Silverbeak Gaming, closing the distance by 3/4 seconds. Alan 656 is inching closer to Sovi, cutting the gap by 2/30 seconds. Amy is now just a few seconds behind Hingle McCringleberry. Looks like the chase is on. Ice is creeping closer to Gina Jones, not giving her much breathing room. Idekshadawane is inching toward Pippi Langstrumpf, but still a bit of a stretch. Amin-san is closing in on Silverbeak Gaming fast, just 5 seconds behind now. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Basamake 483 is inching closer to Wild Kevanoni, just a second behind. Eliasesk is closing in on Idekshadawane fast, just 5.3 seconds behind now. Idekshadawane is trying to catch up to Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the gap by 2.3 seconds. New for Life is climbing up to 10th place, moving up 1 spot. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry with a nearly 10-second reduction. Gina Jones is closing the distance to Amy by over 5 seconds. Ice is catching up to Gina Jones at a rapid pace, reducing the gap by 6 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Nufa Life has moved into 9th. Amin-san is now in 10th. The race is heating up. Ice is gaining on Gina Jones and closing the gap fast. Idekshadawane is inching closer to Pippi Langstrumpf and making some progress. Maya is hot on the heels of Idekshadawane and closing in quickly. Amin-san just made a bold move to 7th place, leaving 3 cars behind. Sovi is closing in on Strutting Jarl fast, shrinking the gap by over 8 seconds. Idekshadawane is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the distance by almost 4 seconds. Silver Gaming is dropping back to 18th place. Maya is climbing to 7th. Iliesk is moving up to 8th. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Ice, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Ice is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Eliasesk is catching up to me, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Gina Jones is sneaking up on Amy, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amin-san is gaining on Bethraline, chopping almost 4 seconds off that lead. Amundsen is rapidly catching Bethraling, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Gina Jones is inching closer to Amy, just over a second behind. New for Life is gaining on Elias Esk, narrowing the distance by a little over a second and a half. AIS Inked is gaining fast on Asuroni, cutting the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Alan 656 is also closing in on Sovi at a similar pace. Amundsen just moved up 1 spot to 15th place. Maya here. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, now just a second behind. Toadette TV is hot on Scott Dixon's tail, closing the gap to less than 3 seconds. Amundsen is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 11. Amy's chipping away at Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second and a third. Ice is gaining on Gina Jones, shrinking the distance by almost 4 seconds. Pippi Langström is making a bold move, overtaking 3 cars to climb into 2nd place. New for Life is closing the gap on Elias Esk, chipping away at it by over a second. Chosan's Coast is climbing up the ranks, moving into 11th place. Silver Gaming is closing in on Bethraling fast, just 6.1 seconds behind now. Amundsen is gaining on Nalan 656, closing the gap by 9.2 seconds. Amy has just overtaken someone to move into 2nd place. Amundsen is closing in on Alan 656 fast, cutting the gap by 11 seconds. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Ed Katawana just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place, climbing the ranks. Amy is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry like a heat-seeking missile, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Ice is rapidly catching up to Pippi Langström, shrinking the distance by nearly 10 seconds. Amundsen is closing in on Alan 656, at a pace that suggests they might be racing for the same slice of the podium. Edik Shadowone is closing in fast on Gina Jones, chipping away at 7.8 seconds. Ice is gaining ground on Pippi Langström, narrowing the gap by 7.4 seconds. Amundsen is climbing up 2 spots to sit in the 21st position. Shadowone is gaining fast on Gina Jones. Looks like a move is imminent. Amundsen is closing in on AI Racing TVS. Things are heating up behind the front runners. Elias Esk is catching up to Mayaton. Better watch out. I might get overtaken any second now. Amundsen is gaining fast on AI Racing TIF, closing the gap by 14.6 seconds. Gina Jones is inching closer to Amy, narrowing the gap by 140 seconds. Ice is catching up to Pippi Langström, reducing the distance by 2.9 seconds. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Clearly, they're the master of the track. Well done! Wow, Hingle McCringleberry taking the win, I see. Congratulations, you really drove that one home. Nice work. And for those of you still in the game, Amy, you snagged the fastest lap so you can claim the 2018 Chevrolet Indy car. That's pretty slick. Idde Shadawana with the most overtakes. You're eligible for the 2018 Honda Indy car. Looks like it's a pretty good day for racing wins and bragging rights. Keep those engines roaring. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the fun, do you? Alright, this is quite the mismatch in car choices. Nwu for Life has a fancy Maserati, which is definitely more suited for smooth, luxurious racing. On the other hand, Pippi Langstrumpf is behind a KTM Crossbow GT4, which is a lightweight, aggressive track car designed for speed and agility. So, my guess is Pippi Langstrumpf might have the edge here, since the Expo is built for racing and handling tight corners better. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So let's see if the luxury car can surprise us with some silky smooth moves. Alright folks, the race is underway at Maple Valley, and Sovi is leading the pack in the first position, cruising in a classic 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole. Scott Dixon has shot off the line and taken the lead. Dovi is holding strong in second place. Amy is right behind in third, trying to find a way around. Nwu for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for fourth place. Maya just bumped up to 7. Kayosify is climbing to 14. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are neck and neck for third place, with 3 out. U20 Plays and The Lightning Thief are locked in a fierce fight for 15. Sylvie and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for the lead. Gina Jones just sneaked into 7th place. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Lazy Towner is driving a 28 Mercedes C200 in the WTCC class. They're currently in 10th place, just ahead of the pack. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Gina Jones is currently in 7th place, driving a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. Her race seems steady with no major moves yet. Lazy Towner is driving a 2008 Mercedes C200 in the WTC class. They are currently in 10th place, just ahead of the racers behind them. Their race looks steady but not spectacular so far. Move for Life and Ingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 4th place. Unknown Tactics is climbing up to 11th, with 3 out 25, and Princess Wildface are locked in a close fight for 12. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 5th place. Maya is also moving up to 7th. Gina Jones and Maya are now nose to nose for 7th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Unknown Tactics and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to tail fighting for 10th. The race is heating up at the back. Sophie is leading the race in a 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Looks like they're holding steady at the front. No signs of slowing down or overtaking yet. Scott Dixon is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's looking comfortable at the front. Pippi Langstrom and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 4th place. Whip 3 out 25 and Princess Wildface are also locked in a close fight for 12. Maya here, Amy, and Sophie are nose to tail for 2nd place. Chubby Boy RJ and Lazy Towner are locked in a close fight for 9th. Kyosify and Whip 3 out 25 are battling it out for 13th. Hingley Kringleberry and Sophie are nose to tail for 3rd place. Chubby Boy RJ and Lazy Towner are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing up to 9th place. Lazy Towner and Chubby Boy RJ are neck and neck for that spot. Whip 3 out 25 is also making a move, now in 12th. Wow, Scott Dixon just took the win again. Looks like he's got the race under control. No surprises there. Congrats on another well-deserved victory. Wow, Scott Dixon taking the win. Congratulations, you earned that victory with style. Now on to the prize winners. Amy, you clocked the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. Pippi Langstrom, you won the bet race, so that shiny car is yours too. And Maya, for the most overtakes, you get to claim another 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. Great job to everyone, this race was full of surprises. Hey everyone! If you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those picks in before the race starts. Oh wow. This is an interesting matchup. The 1967 Mercury Cougar is a classic, but it's more of a cruiser than a racing machine. The 1969 AMC Javelin, on the other hand, has that rebellious, muscle car vibe, and was built with a bit more of a sporty edge. Given the track is Ibiza West, which has its fair share of tight corners and sharp turns, I'd say the Javelin might have the edge in agility and handling. The Coupe could struggle a bit with maneuverability, especially since it wasn't really designed for racing. So, I'm leaning towards the AMC Javelin sneaking ahead in this race. But hey, anything can happen when AI gets involved. It's all about who's got the momentum and maybe a bit of luck. Alright folks, the race is underway at Ibiza West. And Blaming Buddha is starting on pole in that classy 1967 Mercury Cougar. Let's see if the vintage charm can hold off the competition. Starting grid is set with Yama Priest leading, followed by Blaming Buddha in second, and Move for Life in third. Looks like a promising beginning. Okinabaka is now in 8th place. La Croissant 1980 has climbed to 10th. Ingelme Kringleberry has gained 2 spots and is now in 12th. La Croissant 1980 just sneaked into the 8th place. Maya and Ingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Pippi Langstrup is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss Detroit. Looks like she's holding her own in 6th place, that she's got some fast cars behind her. The race seems tight. Amy's car is a 1968 Pontiac Firebird, and she's holding 7th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Down to Quest is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin, starting in 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made any moves yet. Scott Dixon's car is a 1970 Pontiac Firebird. He's currently in 4th place, and seems to be holding steady without much drama so far. Epic Sugar is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made any big moves yet. Sovi is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. Looks like they're holding steady in 5th place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Down Talkwest is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin, starting from the 10th position. They just moved up a spot, and are holding steady with a solid lap time. Looks like they're making a quiet push forward. Down Talkwest is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin, starting from the 10th position. They're currently in 11th place, just ahead of a few others, with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 10 seconds, and 784 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but could use a bit more pace to climb higher. Scott Dixon's car is a 1970 Pontiac Firebird. He's currently in 4th place but has a pretty slow fastest lap compared to the leaders. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front pack. Lacroixon in 1980 is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. They're currently in 10th place and their fastest lap is just over 1:8.6. Looks like a steady run, but not quite enough to catch the leaders yet. Pippi Langström's Ford Mustang Boss is currently in 6th place. They're running at a solid pace with a fastest lap of 1:8.501. Looks like they're holding their own, but might need a bit more to catch the leaders. Okinabaka is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss, currently in 8th place. They're running a quick lap at 1:8.91, which is the fastest among the Mustangs. Looks like they're pushing hard to climb up the order. Yamapriest is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Yamapriest is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so it looks like he's in control unless someone pulls off a surprise. Flaming Buddha is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar, starting from the pole position. They are currently in 2nd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're holding a strong lead, but not quite enough to catch the leader. Wow! Yamapriest just took the top spot at Abisu West. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done! Wow! Yamapriest really pulled it off. That was an impressive win. Congratulations! Looks like all those prayers paid off on the track today. Can't wait to see if they can keep this winning streak going in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. It's got that legendary racing pedigree and a more modern design compared to the others. Plus, given the track's mix of tight corners and straights, I think its balance of power and handling would give it a bit of an edge over those vintage giants. The others are impressive classics, but I imagine they might struggle a little more with the technical parts of Central. Ooh, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Alfa Romeo 12C is a classic beauty, quick for its time. But the Auto Union Type C was a racing beast in its era, known for its power and innovative engineering. Given the Central International Circuit and these legendary machines, I'd say the Auto Union has a slight edge because of its superior power-to-weight ratio and handling. Sovi's Alfa might charm its way through some corners, but I think Pippi's Auto Union will likely take the lead and cruise to victory. Let's see if history's racing champions can defy the odds. Alright, everyone. Maya's kicking off this race from pole position in the Grand Prix 1930 at Sento with her classic 1937 Auto Union Type C. It's like driving a piece of history, and I'm definitely feeling the nostalgia vibes here. Let's see how she handles the pack. Maya is leading the pack right now, followed by Alan 656 in second, and Exception holding on to third. The race has just kicked off, so expect some shuffling soon. Alan 656 is now in first place. Alex Has No Brain has climbed to fourth. Autumn Thunderbird has moved up to seventh. Maya just overtook for the lead now in first place. Alan 656 and Maya are nose to tail for the top spot. Exception and Alan 656 are also locked in a close fight for second. Alex Has No Brain advances to third place. Amy and Exception are still locked in a close fight for fourth. Mere Chicken Life climbs to sixth place. Mere Chicken Live is climbing nicely into fifth place. Crandall Live is also making progress into seventh. Gina Jones is gaining ground into ninth. The race is heating up. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing up to ninth place. Salmon Zamoun and Mr. Roche are locked in a close fight for 11. Chosen's Coast is advancing to 16. Chosen's Coast and Scott Dixon are battling it out for 15. Ingle McCringleberry and Salmon are nose to nose for 12th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing 2 spots to 15. Lou for Life and Rob Swizzle are neck and neck for 19. Gina Jones and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a tight fight for 9th place. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Sophie, chipping away at the gap by over a second. New for Life is climbing up the field, grabbing the 18th spot. Gina Jones is climbing up to 9th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Salmon are neck and neck for 12th. Number for Life is advancing to 18. No for Life and Chosen's Coast are battling for 17. Crandall and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Dobie is climbing to 13th. Rookie Miriki is making moves to 19. Crandall is climbing to 6th place. Amy and Crandall are nose to nose for that position. Rob Swizzle is making a move to 19. Gina Jones and G Master the Gamer 9000 are nose to nose for 8th place. Salmon Zamoun is closing in on the top 10, now in 11th. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Gina Jones just made a bold move to overtake G Master the Gamer 9000 for 8. G Master the Gamer 9000 is not giving up easily, sticking close behind. Amy is still chipping away at Merchican Live's lead, but the gap remains significant. Jamaster to Gamer 9000 is climbing up to 8th place. Gina Jones and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 are nose to nose for that spot. Pippi Langstrom is making a move to 14. Ruki Miriki is driving a Maserati 8 CTF, a classic racing car known for its speed and agility. They're currently in the 20th place, struggling to keep pace with the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Dana Jones and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 are neck and neck, pushing for 8th place. Summon and Autumn Thunderbird are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Gina Jones and Jamaster the Gamer 9000 are neck and neck for 8th place. No for Life is climbing up one spot to 16. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Samun is also moving up one spot, now in 10th. Autumn Thunderbird and Salmon are nose to tail for 10th place. Merchicken Live and Exception are nose to nose for 4th place. Mr. Roche has gained one spot and is now in 11th. Rob Slizzle and Chosen's Coast are locked in a close fight for 17th. Merchicken Live is climbing to 4th place. Crandalive is gaining on Amy and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. New for Life is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry and has reduced the distance by 1.1 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Now you can finally enjoy the victory lap. Congratulations to Maya for taking the checkered flag. That was an impressive display of speed and skill. Now, big shout out to Noah for Life for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 1938 Auto Union Type D from 1930. What a classic. And so you're the top of the betting race, so you get to claim a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C, also from 1930. Well done, everyone. The competition was fierce, and the cars are practically screaming history. Hey everyone, time's nearly up. Make your final choices now or forever. Watch these cars race without you. Don't miss out on the action. Get those selections in. Alright, so we've got Smurf 20 in a 1993, Toyota Eagle Mark III, and Cherokee Kitten in a 1988, Jaguar XJR9. Both are classic cars but from different eras and philosophies. The Toyota is known more for endurance and balance, while the Jaguar is a racing beast with a reputation for speed and style. Based on car choice, I'd say the Jaguar might have the edge in raw pace. especially in a vintage track like Aintree. But don't count out the Toyota's durability and handling. It's gonna be a close call, but if I had to place a bet, I'd lean towards Cherokee Kitten and the Jaguar's speed. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Aintree Vintage, with Group C's New for Life on pole, piloting a classic 1985 Lancia LC2. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead or if the modern contenders will sweep past. Archeron 192 has shot off into the lead, holding the top spot. Behind him, New for Life is hanging in second place, not letting go just yet. Hingle McCringleberry is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. New for Life just overtook Archeron 192 and is now in the lead. They're really pushing hard for that top spot. Amy is climbing up to 6th place, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Necrophantasm and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 7. I and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a close fight for 9th. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 8th place. Necrophantasm and Pippi are nose to nose for that spot. Sophie and Brando Buster are locked in a close fight for 11. Smurf 20 is cruising in a Toyota Eagle Mark III from 1993. Looks like they're holding steady in 4th place. No drama so far. New for Life is leading the race with a classic 1985 Lancia LC22i. It's holding the top spot comfortably so far, and the car's reputation for endurance is showing. Looks like a smooth run for now. Smurf 20 is making a move into 3rd place. Maya and Pippi Langstrup are nose to tail for 8. Plebis 3 is climbing into 12th. Scott Dixon just overtook someone to take 6th place. Amy and Scott Dixon are still neck and neck for that spot. Sophie is climbing up to 12th place. Cherokee Kitten is climbing nicely into 4th place. Maya is also making progress, now in 8th. Looks like some good overtaking happening. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to nose for the lead. Cherokee Kitten is closing in on Smurf 20, closing the gap by a second. Cherokee Kitten and Smurf 20 are battling for 3rd place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Scott Dixon has gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Archerona 92 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for that 5th spot. Maya and Amy are battling closely for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to tail at the front. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 9th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya is closing in behind her in 7th. Necrophantasm is creeping into the top 10, now in 9th. Necrophantasm is dropping back to 15th place. Brandobooster is climbing to 9th place. Brandobooster and Archeron 192 are nose to nose for 8th place. Brandobooster is climbing up to 8th place. Lebus 3 is now in 13th. Looks like some steady gains. Sophie is now in 10th place, closing the gap. Pippi Langstrumpf is not giving up easily, still fighting hard for that spot. Maya is holding steady in 6th place while Amy is right behind. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing fast, now in 9th. Archeron 192 and Pippi are nose to tail for the next spot. Congratulations! Looks like you really took the lead and crossed the finish line first. Well done! Congratulations to Nope You for Life on winning the race. Well deserved. That was some smooth driving. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for snagging the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a 1989 Nissan R89C in Group C. Maya, you also earned a car for the most overtakes. Nice work on those moves. You're also taking home a 1989 Nissan R89C. Great effort from everyone today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the Mercedes-AMG one. It's a hypercar with Formula One tech under the hood, so it's probably got the speed and agility to dominate on a circuit like Riccardo Paletti. Plus, with its hybrid powertrain, it might have that instant torque and cornering prowess that could outpace the competition. I mean, it's basically a race car built for the streets, so it seems like a safe bet to be at the front of this quirky lineup. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't leave me hanging here with an empty race. Make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with the default, and we all know how thrilling that is. Get those selections in. Wow. What a matchup. Scott Dixon in a 2013 Lamborghini Veneno versus Pippi Langstrup in a 2016 Dodge Viper GTS. Both are powerful, but that Lamborghini is a bit of a showstopper. It's known for its speed and sleek design, perfect for those quick corners at Riccardo Paletti. The Viper is a beast too, with raw torque and aggressive handling. But I'm leaning toward the Lamborghini here. It's got that extra edge in agility and aerodynamics, so I'd say Scott Dixon is probably the favorite to take it home. But hey, with AI racing, anything could happen. Let's see who has the better AI driving skills today. Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti, and look who's on pole. Trashcan with a classic 1996 Porsche 91193 GT2. Old school meets new school chaos. This is gonna be interesting. Trash Creston has taken an early lead, with Lord Buttrell right behind in second place. Bill Held holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Someone just overtook 3 cars in a flash to reach 21st place. Bill the Old Guy has gained 2 positions and is now leading the race. Trash Creston and Bill the Old Guy are nose to tail fighting for the top spot. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maja Koblai has gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. He's also in a close fight with another driver for 4th place. Hondon just made a nice move up to 9th place. Someone's on a charge, overtaking 3 cars to reach 19. Maja Koblai is climbing steadily, now in 3rd. Hondon is slicing through the track, closing in on Shotskis with a 1.6 second gap. Edzos 21 is climbing nicely, jumping 2 spots to sit in 10th. And look at Maya Go, also up 2 places, now in 12th. The race is heating up. Maja Koblai is now in 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 4th. Kuima Girl is in 5th. The race is heating up. Shotskis is now in 6th place. Hondon has climbed to 7th. Edzos 21 is in 9th. Looks like everyone's playing the game of leapfrog today. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Kaksuma Girl is closing the gap on Trash Crashton, getting closer by 1.2 seconds. Hondon is moving up to 6th place. Godzilla just sneaked into 4th place, making the top 5 a little more interesting. Hondon is really hunting down Trash Creston, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. And I'm inching closer to Lord Buttrell, chipping away at that lead by a little over a second. Things are heating up. Apex Milk Bag is really on the prowl. chopping down that 11.3-second gap to iconic Pondon just sneaked into 5th place, climbing up 1 spot. Shotskis is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Pondon climbs to 4th place. Edzos21 advances to 6th. I'm gaining on Shotskis, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Pondon is slicing through the gap to Hingle McCringleberry, closing in by a second. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. The race for 7th is heating up as Maya and Trash Crashton are nose to nose. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing up 1 spot. Shotskis also moved up 1 spot into 8th place. Trash Crashton and Shotskis are nose to tail fighting for 8th place. Pondon just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Pondon are nose to nose for 3rd. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 9. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is also moving up to 10th. Trash Crashton and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for the 10th spot. Up. Congratulations, filthy old guy. Looks like age is just a number when it comes to winning races. Well done. Wow! Filthy old guy took the top spot. Congratulations on the win. That was a fantastic performance. Now for the drivers in the running, Pippi Langstrom. You've secured the victory in the bet race and can claim that shiny 2016 Dodge Viper GTS. Nice job! Looks like someone's going home with a new set of wheels today. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's your chance. Don't miss out on the fun of watching these AI cars battle it out on the track. Hurry up and make your pick before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Scott Dixon with the 2018 Toyota FT1 GT versus Pippi Langstrup with the 2019 BMW M8 GT. Both cars are pretty sweet, but the BMW M8 tends to have a bit more power and agility, especially on a track like Donington Park Vintage. Dixon's Toyota is no slouch, but I'd probably give a slight edge to Pippi's BMW in this race. Of course, with AI racing, it's always a surprise. Sometimes the underdog surprises us all. Let's see if Pippi's wildcard can take the win, or if Dixon's experience and that Toyota can pull it out in the end. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race is underway at Donington Park Vintage, and leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a 2018 Ferrari 488 GT. Looks like he's got the early lead, but don't count out the others just yet. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place, while Bees McGee is sitting in third, trying to keep up. Bees McGee is making a move to the top, climbing 2 spots to take the lead. Gina Jones and Bees McGee are nose to nose for first place. Sophie is inching up 1 spot to hold on to fourth. Sophie is driving a 2018 Toyota FT1 GTE and currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Move for Life just overtook Scott Dixon and now sits in 7th place. They're nose to nose, so expect some fireworks soon. Hingle McCringleberry is in a Ferrari 488 GTE, starting from the pole position. Looks like they're holding on to the lead so far, but the race is still wide open. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 2nd place. Amy is inching up 1 spot to take 4th. Sophie and Amy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Amy and Gina Jones are still nose to nose for 3rd. Wanga Tang 7272 is advancing to 12th. Netsyrup Starks is right behind Lockjan 7 now, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Adanat 44 has just climbed 1 spot into the 16th position. Netsyrup Starks is driving a 2016 Opel Astra TCR. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Zumbush 86 is driving a 2018 Peugeot 308. Looks like they're holding a decent position but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Wanga Tangseben 272 is driving a 2016 Lada Vesta in the TCR class. They're currently in 12th place, holding steady but not exactly setting the world on fire. Looks like a solid middle of the pack effort so far. Amy is now in 3rd place. New for Life has climbed to 7th. Pippi Langstrom has advanced to 8th. Beef Sliders is climbing to 10th place. Wanga Tang 7272 is also moving up to 11th. Netzerup Starks is making a solid jump to 12th. Alexei Natit is on a charge, overtaking 3 cars to reach 16th place. Zumbush 86 just moved up 1 spot to 14. Adenup 44 also gained 1 spot, now sitting in 15. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Scott Dixon is nowhere near the action, stuck in last with a non-time. Pippi Langstrom is holding 9th but has a long way to go. Looks like Dixon's race is already a lost cause while Pippi's just trying to stay out of trouble. Wendy Tapsumbonksis, driving a BMW M220 IADAC from 2018. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap time among TCRs and a position near the back. Congratulations Bees McGee on your victory at Donington Park Vintage. Clearly, your skills are unmatched. Well done! Wow, Bees McGee took the win. Nice job there, you really buzzed past the competition. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Pippi Langstrom scored the fastest lap. So you get to take home a 2019 BMW M8 GTE. That's quite the prize for being the quickest on the track. Sure thing. Did you know that retro DTM cars are like the vintage rock stars of the racing world? They're built with so much style and flair that they make modern race cars look like they're still in training wheels. It's like stepping back into the 80s and 90s where cars had character, big loud engines, and enough attitude to start a fashion trend. Alright, this is quite the throwback showdown. The Opel Calibra DTM from 1996 versus the Mercedes 190e Evo 2 from 1990. Both legendary in their own right. but we all know that the car's design and capabilities can make a huge difference. The Opel, being a DTM car, was built for high-speed racing with sharp handling, while the Mercedes 190e Evo 2 was a formidable touring car with great balance. Considering we're racing on Riverside Spike, a track that demands both agility and power, I might lean towards the Opel just for its raw performance in the DTM era. But hey, the Mercedes has that classic resilience that might surprise us. It's a close call, but I think the Opel Calibra has just the edge for this one. Stay tuned, this could be a close finish. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Riverside Spike, and Amy is starting way out front on pole with the classic 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the other cars will catch up. The race kicks off with Maya taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second and Scott Dixon holding on to third. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to third place. Gabitha Minimac is now in 10th. Unistix has moved into 11th. The race is heating up. Hingle, McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Gina Jones and Sylvie are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Maho Kaos is climbing up the field, grabbing the 12th spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Gina Jones is advancing to 6th. Pace CAR is making a move to 14th. Pace CARR is now in 13th place, climbing up 1 spot. Brando Busta Azo advances 1 position into 15th, both making steady progress. Tyler Drums 31 is right behind. Sovi now? Just a second away. Sovi, better watch out. New for Life and Sovi are still battling for 7th place. Brando Booster just climbed a spot to 14th. Looks like he's on a roll. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 4th place. Sovi and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 7th. Maho Kaos is climbing up to 11th, leaving some rivals in the dust. New for Life is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM, the same model as Maya, but currently behind her. Looks like they're stuck in a battle for 8th place, not quite making the move yet. Maho Kaos is driving a 1984 Toyota Corolla Dot. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. The Riverside Spike's tight corners seem to favor the experienced drivers in the front, while the pack is closely bunched up behind, waiting for a mistake. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM and is currently in 3rd place. They have the fastest lap of 1 minute 32.61 seconds, so they're pushing hard. Looks like a strong race for them so far. Hingle made Kringleberry. Just climbed one spot to secure third place. Looks like Hingle and Amy are nose to nose for second position. This race is heating up fast. Brando Booster is driving a Peugeot 205 Rally, a lightweight and nimble car known for its agility. Looks like they're holding a steady mid-pack position, but their lap time suggests they're not quite matching the pace of the front runners. Tyler Drums 31 is driving a 1997 Citroën ZX. In Group N they're currently in 8th place, and holding a decent pace with their fastest lap, just over 1:32. Not bad, but they might want to pick up the pace if they want to catch the leaders. Maya is closing in on the leader. Pippi Langström is climbing up to third place. Hingle McCringleberry and Pippi are nose to nose for third. Brando Booster is driving a Peugeot 205 Rally, known for its lightweight and agility. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top Group N runners, but their lap times suggest they're not quite matching the pace yet. Pippi Langström is climbing to second place. Gina Jones is advancing to fourth. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for fifth. Akinone is driving a 1991 Renault Clio, which is way off the pace with a lap time of over 1:43. Looks like they're struggling to keep up and might be just trying to finish. Zoe is now in 6th place, closing the gap with Scott Dixon, who is just ahead. Tyler Drums 31 is really closing in on More for Life. Now, less than a second between them. Wow, Maya. Looks like you just proved you're faster than everyone else. Nice job winning the race. Wow, congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an incredible run, truly showing some serious skills behind the wheel of AI. Gina Jones, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the vintage 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. Nice job pushing the limits. And Maya, since you took the overall victory, you get to add a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM to your garage. Looks like everyone's a winner today, even if one of you just barely edged out the rest. Stay tuned for the next round of chaos on the track. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking, and we don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is like comparing a sleek, agile squirrel to a slightly larger but equally speedy raccoon. The KTM Crossbow GT4 from 2008 is known for its lightweight agility and sharp handling, making it quite the nimble contender around Alton Park. On the other hand, the Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4 from 2013 has a bit more weight and probably a more powerful engine, which might help on the straights but could be a challenge in the tight corners. If the race hinges on quick maneuvers and cornering, I'd give the edge to the KTM. But if the Hyundai can utilize its power efficiently on the straights, it could make things interesting. Honestly, it's going to be close, but I'll go with the KTM X-Bow for that extra finesse. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Alton Park International, and Amy's leading the pack, starting from pole position in a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. Looks like she's got the early advantage. Let's see if she can keep it. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, Gina Jones holding strong in second, and Pippi Langstrom rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight battle already. Pippi Langstrom and Gina Jones are nose to nose for second place. Maya is climbing up to fourth, just one spot behind. Hingo McCringleberry and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for the fourth position now. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to fourth place. Maya and Hingo are nose to nose for that same position. New for Life is sneaking into seventh place. New for Life and Eggsay are locked in a close fight for sixth. Maya is climbing to fourth place. New for Life is now in sixth. Sylvia has moved into eighth. Looks like the race is heating up. Nova Life is currently in 6th place, driving a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT4 Jour. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Sylvia's holding 8th place in a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4, making a solid push. Looks like they're trying to chase down the top 5. Nico Broadcast is racing a 1999 Honda Civic SIV. They're currently in the 17th place, so it looks like a bit of a struggle to move up. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a KTM Crossbow GT4, currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Sylvia is holding 8th place with a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. Looks like they're hanging in there, but the race is tight behind them. Alacoste is driving a Renault Clio 4R S Cup, currently in the 12th position. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The tight corners at Alton Park are really shaking up the order, with some drivers struggling to hold their positions while others are making bold moves. Zachariah TV is currently in the 15th position, driving a Renault Clio 4 RS Cup. Looks like they're making some moves, but still a few spots behind the leaders. The GT4 cars are dominating the top spots, showing strong consistency and speed at Alton Park. The TCE class is trailing behind, likely due to less power and grip. The track favors the GT4's balance and handling. Dr. Monkey 13 is driving a Volkswagen Scirocco R Cup Deli. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for now. Kilo Julie Delta is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208 R2. Their race seems to be stalled with no lap time recorded, probably stuck or out of the race. Zachary TV is in the Renault Clio 4 RS Cup and is currently in the 15th place. They're making a move, but still a bit behind the leaders. Zachary TV is driving a Renault Clio 4 RS Cup Detail. They're currently in the 15th place and making a solid move forward with a fastest lap of just over 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Looks like they're trying to make some noise in the midfield. The tight corners and short straights at Alton Park are favoring the cars with better handling and acceleration, which is why the GT4s are holding strong at the front. The TCE class is struggling to keep up with the pace, especially the older models. The tight corners at Alton Park are favoring the more agile cars, which is why the KTM Expos are leading. The Mustangs are struggling to keep up with the nimble GT4s. Maya is driving a KTM Crossbow GT4, starting from 5th and currently in 4th place. Her fastest lap is a solid 26.735, which is the quickest among her class. Looks like she's pushing hard to gain a position or two. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Congratulations to Amy on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. You really drove your way to the top today. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you've got the fastest lap. That means you can take home a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. Not too shabby at all. Keep those engines revving, everyone. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make those final choices before it's too late. Don't miss your shot to pick the car that will reign supreme in this race. Hurry up! Alright, we've got Hymize in a classic Jordan 195, and Zero Timelive in a Benetton B195. Both cars are from the same era, so it's going to come down to driver skill and how well each AI handles these vintage monsters. Honestly, I'd probably lean toward the Benetton here because it has a bit more reputation for balance and performance back in the day. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see which of these legendary 90s cars can outsmart the other on Oschersleben. My money's on the Benetton. But I wouldn't be shocked if Hymize pulls off a surprise. Alright folks, we're kicking things off at Oschersleben with Amundsen on pole in a 1995 Pacific PR02. Looks like a classic start. Can he hold on to that lead, or will the AI surprises shake things up? Stay tuned. Sophie has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amundsen is holding strong in second place. Dina Jones is sitting in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Jerk Plays is climbing to third place. Zero Timlive is now in fifth. Hingle McCringleberry is sneaking into seventh. The race is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing to third place. Hymize is now in fifth. Gavling has moved up to 11. Hymize is climbing to fourth place. Orange Funk is now in 16. Orange Funk and Salmon Salmon are nose to nose for 15. Amy just overtook someone to take 7th place. Hinfatic is also climbing up to 8th. Scott Dixon is sneaking into 9th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Zero Team Neves is climbing nicely to 5th place. Navling is closing in on the top 10. Maya is making a move to 11. Looks like some strategic gains happening. Hippie Langstrump is on a roll, climbing up 3 spots to 9. Jerk Plays is having a rough patch, dropping 9 places to 15. Amundsen just snuck into the lead, claiming the top spot. Zero Team Live is closing in on Gina Jones fast, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Salmon Samoon has moved up 1 spot to take 11th place. Orange Funk is also climbing up 1 spot to 15. Scott Dixon's car is a 40FG01, starting in 10th place. Looks like he's holding steady, but not making much progress yet. Orange Funk is closing in on Woo for Life fast. Just 6 seconds behind now. Hymize and Sophie are nose to tail for 2nd place. Looks like a battle to watch. Hymize is having a rough time and drops to 9th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd. Zero Timiliaev is also moving up to 4th. Gina Jones just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Sophie and Gina are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 9th place, inching closer to the top 10. Sophie is now in second place, closing the gap. Navling has moved up to 7th, inching closer. Kenfatic and Navling are nose to tail for 6th. Looks like a battle is brewing. Hippie Langstrom is driving a McLaren MP410. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of Scott Dixon and Salmon Salmon. Looks like a solid race, but they might need a bit more speed to catch the leaders. Salmon Salmon is driving a Simtek S951 and is currently in 11th place. Their fastest lap is just under 24 seconds, and they've been steadily climbing up the field. Looks like they're making some moves. Gina Jones just overtook someone to take second place. Amy is also climbing up to 4th. Serotim Aliv and Amy are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Serotim Aliv is now in 4th place. Navling is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Knox Exodus is driving a Jordan 195 starting from the 13th position. They are currently in the 13th place, just ahead of New for Life. Their fastest lap is 1:24.124, so they're holding steady, but not making much progress. New for Life is driving a Minardi M195. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. Looks like a steady race, not much drama so far. Wow, Aminsan just won the race. Looks like they're really good at leaving everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, Aminsan took the win. That was an impressive finish. Great job to them. They really showed some skill out there. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that momentum in the next race. A fun fact about the 1971 Lotus 72C is that it was one of the most innovative Formula One cars of its time, featuring a wedge-shaped design that was quite ahead of its era. It also had side-mounted radiators to improve aerodynamics and weight distribution, making it a real game-changer. Basically, it was the car that made everyone sit up and take notice of how sleek and clever race cars could be. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your pick now if you want your favorite car to race. Don't miss out on the thrill. Time's almost up. Alright, so we have a classic showdown between the Tyrrell 02 and the March 711 Ford. The Tyrrell 002 has a reputation for being a bit more agile and nimble, perfect for those tricky corners. The March 711 Ford, on the other hand, might have a slight edge in straight-line speed because of its aerodynamic design. But remember, it's not just about the cars, it's about the AI drivers too. Though they tend to be a little unpredictable sometimes. I'd probably lean towards the Tyrrell 02 because its handling might give it the edge on Highland's winding sections. But don't count out the March. Who do you think is going to take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Highlands Motorsport Park. Hingo May Kringleberry is on pole, tearing up the track in a classic 1971 March 711 Alfa Romeo. Let's see if he can hold on to that lid. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Hingo May Kringleberry is right behind in second place. Detoxins is currently in third position. The top three are holding steady for now. Rex and Sarah just nudged into the 11th place, now battling closely with Tukins Flora. Morningstarsel is also climbing up to the 13th spot. Maya is making a move and has overtaken 3 cars to climb to 15th place. Amy is having a tough time and has dropped 6 spots to 20. Tukins Flora and Rexners are nose to tail fighting for 11th. Annex Agarax and Draletsko are neck and neck for 9th place. Sovi is chipping away at Morningstarsel, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Quiz 44 just sneaked up 1 spot to 18th. Annex Agarax is climbing to 8th place. Amy is closing in on its Theraper and has cut the gap by nearly 2 seconds. The fight for 19th place is heating up with Amy and its Theraper going wheel to wheel. Detoxins is driving a BRMP 160, a classic F1 car from 1971. They're currently in 3rd place, so their race is looking pretty solid so far. Detoxins and Hingo McCringleberry are neck and neck for 2nd place. Annex Agarax and Gary 17 are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Amy is closing in on its Theraper fast, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Detoxins is racing a BRM P160, a classic F1 car from 1971. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not making any dramatic moves. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. Morningstarsel is climbing up to 12th place. Sovi's catching up to Tukins Flora, closing the gap by 144 seconds. The Highlands track seems to be mixing things up with tight corners and elevation changes, making overtakes tricky but rewarding for the brave. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Anaxagoras and Gary 17 are battling hard for 8th. Ovidus is advancing to 15th. Let's Go is driving a Tyrrell 002. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a pretty quiet race for them so far. Anaxagoras just sneaked into 8th place. Ovidus and Sovi are nose to nose for 14th. This race is heating up. Gina Jones is leading the race in a 1971 Lotus 72C. She's been quick with a fastest lap of 1:50.744 and holds a solid lead over the second place. Looks like she's got the pace and the position so far. It's their Apera is driving a 1971B RMP 160. Their race looks promising as they are in the top 20 and have a quick lap time of 1 minute 50 seconds. The Toxins just overtook Scott Dixon and is now in 3rd place. They are nose to tail in this close fight for 3rd. New for Life is holding the fastest lap, but is in 19th place. Looks like he's just saving the best for last. Amy is driving a Lotus 72C from 1971. She's currently in the 8th place just behind the leaders but not making much progress. Her lap time is decent, but not enough to catch the front runners. Wow, Gina Jones just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the speed and the skills. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on your victory and for grabbing the fastest lap too. You definitely earned that sleek 1971 Lotus 72C. Well played. Sure thing. Did you know that in the 1990s street racing scene, it was all about flashy designs and turbocharged engines? People loved sprucing up their cars with wild paint jobs and aftermarket parts, turning everyday vehicles into racing monsters. It was basically the era where making your car look fast was almost as important as actually being fast. Classic times. Alright everyone, you better make up your minds quick. The clock's almost out, and those cars are eager to hit the track. Get your picks in before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Let's see which AI car is going to dominate today. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Mazda RX-7 Turbo from 1989 is known for its lightweight design and rotary engine, making it a nimble and agile choice. On the other hand, the Lancia Delta HF Integrail from 1993 is a rally legend, renowned for its handling and rally pedigree. Given the features of the Hungaroring Retro Track, which favors twisty and technical sections, I might lean towards the Lancia Delta for its rally-inspired agility. But don't count out the Mazda. Its rotary engine gives it a punch of acceleration that could shake things up. It's a close call, but I think the Lancia might just edge out the Mazda here. Let's see how the AI drives them. That's where the real surprises happen. Alright, everyone. The race has just kicked off at the Hungaroring Retro Track. Sovi is leading the pack on pole position, cruising in a classic 1988 Pontiac Fiero GT from the 1990s street car class. Let's see if that little Fiero can hold its ground. Sovi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Architect is holding strong in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Architect just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Gliding Penguin is making a move, climbing 2 places to fourth. Gina Jones and Chiesendeschauer are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Pippi Langström is advancing to 9th place, and is now in a close fight with Jerk Place for that position. Archerona 92 is climbing nicely. Now, in 5th place, Amy has edged up to 10th. Detoxins and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 12th. Archero 92 is climbing up to 4th place. Gliding Penguin and Archero 192 are nose-to-tail fighting for that spot. Detoxins is making a move, now in 11th. Gliding Penguin is now in 3rd place, climbing 2 spots. Queen Manda and Gina Jones are neck and neck fighting for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 1 position, and is now in 12th. Archerone 192 is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Sophie and Archerone 192 are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th. Maya has gained 1 position and is now in 13th. Gina Jones just overtook Cheese and Dashauer, and now they're nose-to-nose for 6th place. Looks like Gina's got the momentum. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Archerone 192 is closing the gap on Gliding Penguin, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrup has moved up 2 spots to 7th. Gliding Penguin is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. And Architect and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail for that 2nd spot. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th, making moves. Cheese and Dashauer just nudged into 8th place. Queen Monda and Cheese and Dashauer still neck and neck for that spot. Jerk Plays is sneaking up on Maya fast, shrinking the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Archerone 192, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to 6th place. Amy is making her way to 9th place. Gliding Penguin is cruising in a 1990 Lotus Carlton, a classic British sedan known for its luxury and surprisingly sporty performance. They're currently holding 2nd place and keeping the pressure on Scott Dixon at the front. Looks like they're having a steady race so far. Archerone 92 is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Datare then did to viewing towards 89. Hunter Oscard 1 Epto. Amy has also gained 1 position and is now in 8th. Cheese and Dashauer and Amy are nose-to-nose fighting for 8th place. Amy just gained a spot, now in 7th. Maya is closing the gap on Detoxins, cutting it down by almost 3 seconds. Jerk Plays is in 7th place with a 1995 Suzuki Cappuccino. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Cheese and Dashauer just slipped past Sophie to take 8th place. Sophie is not giving up easily though. They're still close behind. Meanwhile, I'm holding on to 12th, but Detoxin is right on my tail. This race is heating up in the mid-pack. Cheese and Dashauer is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Queen Monda just moved up 1 spot to take the 9th position. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Sophie, also reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. The tight corners at Hungaroring are favoring the drivers with better control and agility, which explains Scott Dixon's lead and the close pack behind. Amy advances to 6th place. Queen Monda and Cheese and Dashauer are nose-to-nose for 8th. Maya is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second. Queen Monda is climbing up to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Sophie are locked in a close fight for 10th. Archerona 92 and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail for second place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 10th place. Looks like he's got a new target. Hippie Langstrumpf is driving a 1990 Mazda Yunus Cosmo, which is known for its rotary engine and sleek design. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, just a few seconds behind the leaders. Not much action yet, but they're staying consistent. Well, look at that! Scott Dixon just snatched the victory. Guess he's still got it. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Scott Dixon really pulled off an amazing win. Hats off to him for steering that car to victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. What a fantastic performance. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability through the corners. Sepang is known for its technical turns and high-speed sections, so a car that can grip well and stay balanced during sharp turns will have a big advantage. Certainly, some raw power helps in the straights, but without precise control, you'll struggle to keep up. It's all about finding that sweet spot between speed and agility. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks fast or you might end up with the car no one wanted. Hurry up and choose your champion before the race begins. Alright, we're looking at a pretty interesting matchup here. Amy's driving a 2016 Model 5 Genesi, which sounds fancy and probably has some tech upgrades. On the other hand, Hikari Hamsam has a 2015 Honda Civic Type R, a car known for its sporty handling and spirited driving. Given that the Genesi might have newer features and a bit more modern design, I'd say it has the edge in terms of tech. But the Civic Type R is a classic choice for agility and speed on a track like Sepang. If I had to pick, I'd lean slightly towards Amy's Genesi because of the potential for better overall performance and modern tech. But don't count out the Civic, it's got a reputation for sticking around and delivering the unexpected. This race could be anyone's game. Alright folks. The race is on at Sepping and Hingle. McCringleberry is kicking things off from pole position in his 2016 Model 5 Genesee. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others will surprise us. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to lead the race. Zenyahima is right behind in second place. And in third, we have New for Life, holding steady. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, now in 2nd after moving up 2 spots. Starbucks and Lazy Towner are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Lazy Towner is making a move, climbing up to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is also on the rise, grabbing 10th after passing 3 cars. Hippie Langstrom is not far behind, moving up 4 spots to 11. Things are heating up. Hippie Langstrom is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is also making moves, now in 14th after her own 3-car surge. Maya and Zenyahima are nose to tail for 2nd place. Looks like a close fight. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 7th. Caffeinated Car is making a move to 9th. Hippie Langstrom just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Starbucks and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 11th. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 5th place. Marjakoblech and Alex Has No Brain are nose to nose for 7th. Merchicken Live and Starbucks are neck and neck for 12th. Merchicken Live is making a move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hippie Langstrom is closing in on Lazy Towner, chipping away at the gap. Hippie and Lazy Towner are nose to nose for 4th place. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 4th place. Caffeinated Car and Alex Has No Brain are neck and neck for 8th. Scott Dixon and Merchicken Lever locked in a close fight for 10th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy just made a smooth move to 9th. Marjakoblech is now in 6th, but New for Life is right behind him, ready to pounce. Hippie Langstrom is closing in on Zenyahima, the gap shrinking by 1/4 seconds. They are in a tight battle for 3rd place. Scott Dixon is making a move, climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 3rd place. Gina Jones is also moving up to 12th. Alex Has No Brain and Gina are battling closely for 12th. Caffeinated Car and Amy are nose to tail for 8th place. Oxwolfie just gained 1 spot to 13th. Starbucks is also climbing up to 14th. Caffeinated Car is holding off New for Life for 7th place. Amy and Caffeinated Car are nose to tail for 8th. Looks like the race is heating up just behind the leaders. Gina Jones is driving a 1998 Shelby Series 1. She's currently in the 13th place, so her race seems to be a bit of a struggle, probably due to the age and performance gap. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the top spot? Looks like someone's been practicing their sprinting skills. Well done! Oh wow! Hingle McCringleberry really pulled it off. Congratulations on that win. That was quite the display of skill. Or maybe just some good luck. Either way, well deserved. Now, for the cars everyone can claim. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you're now the proud owner of a 2016 Model 5 Genesi. That's a fantastic choice for a modern street car. Amy, you beat everyone in the bet race, so congrats on that win too. You'll be cruising around in the same Model 5 Genesi. And Pippi Langstrup, you made the most overtakes, so that's some serious aggressive driving right there. You also get the same car, so congratulations to you as well. Looks like everyone's a winner today in one way or another. Hey everyone, make sure to pick your car now before the clock runs out. We don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Time's ticking, so get those choices in. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. Maya's got that classic Ferrari F1 car, which is built for speed and agility, especially on a track like Dessauer Rennstrecke. Gina's in a vintage Carmen Ghia, which looks adorable but definitely not the fastest thing on wheels. I'd put my money on Maya's Ferrari to take the lead early and hold it. But hey, never underestimate the charm of a vintage VW. It might surprise us with some unexpected agility. Still, my bet is on Maya's Ferrari to cross the finish line in first place. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Dessauer Rennstrecke, and look at that Oscizerod on the front line driving a classic 1958 Austin Healey Spray. It's like watching history take the lead in a modern race. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold up. Oskserod has taken the lead right out of the gate. Agrades 34 is holding strong in second place, and Pippi Langstrumpf is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in first place. Amy has made a big move up to second. Oskserod and Agrades 34 are nose to nose for third. Amy just took the lead, moving up to first place. Agrades 34 is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf and has shaved off 1.1 seconds. Nice. Has climbed up to fourth place, making some moves. Maya is on a roll, climbing to third place after overtaking 5 cars. Move for a Life is closing the distance fast, shrinking the gap by over 7 seconds. Scott Dixon is making moves, jumping up 3 spots to 12. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf fast, just 9 seconds behind now. Hingle McCringleberry has made a bold move, overtaking 3 cars and climbing to 8th place. Tryhard Triad has gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Maya is now in 2nd place. Tryhard Triad is cutting the gap to New for Life by almost 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook the Critical Egg for 6th place. They're nose to tail now. Looks like a tight squeeze. Stabbygo Killens is climbing up to 8th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Global Sale, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Dixon and Global Sale are nose to tail for 10th place. The Critical Egg is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry like a heat-seeking missile. Stabbygo Killens just climbed 1 spot to 8th, and it looks like Agrades 34 and Stabbygo Killens are about to turn Pate into a game of bumper cars. Tryhard Triad and New for Life are nose to tail for 4th place. Agrades 34 and Stabbygo Killens are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Scott Dixon is chipping away at Agrades 34's lead, closing the gap by a full 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 2nd place. Tryhard Triad is now in 4th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 9th. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf fast, just 6 seconds behind now. Stabbygo Killens has moved up 1 spot to 7th. The Critical Egg and Stabbygo Killens are battling hard for 7th place. Maya is rapidly catching up to Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Woo for Life, shaving off a second. Scott Dixon has climbed 1 spot to sit in 8th place. Maya is dropping back to the middle of the pack at 11th place. Trihatriat is climbing to 3rd. Mil for Life is also moving up to 4th. Gina Jones is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Karmann Kia. She's currently in 10th place and her race seems pretty quiet so far, with no notable moves or overtakes. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. You must be thrilled to take the top spot. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. Well done. You drove like a champion. Now, Amy has also got the fastest lap, so she gets to claim the 1988 Ferrari F1 8788C. That's a pretty sweet ride from the good old days of Formula One. Gina Jones, great job winning the bet race. You get to claim the classic 1967 Volkswagen Karmann Kia. That car's got style and character, perfect for making a statement. And Hingle McCringleberry, you did the most overtakes today. That was pretty impressive. You also get to claim a 1967 Volkswagen Karmann Kia. Looks like the Karmann Kia is the star of the day. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We've got some amazing cars to celebrate today. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever AI decides for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey Turbobenzina, welcome back to the channel. It's great to see you return just in time for some exciting AI car racing. Hope you're ready for some fast-paced fun. Alright, this is a classic showdown. On one side, we have New for Life with a 1970 Ford Mustang Dadari. That's a muscle car with lots of raw power, but it might struggle a bit with the tight turns at Estoril. On the other side, Amy is behind the wheel of a 1972 Maserati Kamzen, which is more of a grand tourer with a balance of speed and elegance. It might handle the corners a bit better, especially with those sleek lines. Considering the track and the cars, I'd say New for Life's Mustang could be the strongest in a straight line. But Amy's Maserati has the potential to finesse through the corners faster. If I had to make a call, I'd probably put my chips on Amy's Maserati. It's just a little more suited for that mix of speed and agility at Estoril. But hey, anything can happen in the world of AI racing, so I'm excited to see how it plays out. Alright everyone, we've got the vintage street cars in action at Estoril, and Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole with a slick 1971 Puma GTB. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead, or if the other AI cars will catch up quick. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line and taken the lead. Roger Bar 302 is holding strong in second, just ahead of Turbo Benzina in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Roger Bar 302 just overtook someone to take the lead. Pippi Langstrup is closing in, now just 2 places behind. Looks like a tight duel for the top spot. Amy is on a roll, now in second place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is climbing fast, now in 12th after her latest move. Silhouette has gained 2 spots, now in 6th. New for Life just overtook someone to take 6th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 10th. Orange Funk is making a move, now in 11th. Turbo Benzina and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 4th place. Cherogamasa and Silhouette are swapping positions in their close fight for 7th. Lin Lilac is climbing up 1 spot to 13th. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 4th place. Orange Funk is now in 10th. Sovi is catching up to Scott Dixon quickly, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Turbo Benzina is climbing up to 3rd place now. Pippi Langstrup and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Orange Funk is inching up to 9th place. New for Life is climbing to 5th place. Silhouette is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon is making his way to 10th place. Chelsea is really having a rough time dropping to 17. Silhouette and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th place. Orange Funk is inching closer to Pshero Gamerzak, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Silhouette just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Pshero Gamerzak also gained a spot to sit in 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Pshero Gamerzak are nose to nose for 8th. Move for Life is climbing up to 4th place. Violetta Mama is advancing to 14th. Sophie is driving a 1971 Ford Escort Mark I RS01 1600, a classic rally icon. Their race looks steady but slow, currently in 15th place. Chelsea is closing in on Mobius fast, just 5.2 seconds behind now. Cherogamarasa has climbed one spot to sit in 6th place. Silhouette and Cherogamizach are nose to nose for 6th, so expect some fireworks soon. Hingle McCringleberry is making a smooth slide up to 8th place. Maya is also climbing, now in 14th position. Looks like some steady progress on the track. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Silhouette, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Chelsea is catching up to Mobius, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Lililac is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Chelsea is hot on Mobius' tail, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Mobius and Sophie are neck and neck for 15th place. Chelsea is sneaking up, chopping down the gap by a second and a half. Cherogamarasa and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for 5th place. Lindleik is chipping away at Scott Dixon, with a 1.2 second gap now. Maya is hot on Violetta Mama's tail, closing in by 1.8 seconds. And the fight for 13th is heating up between Maya and Violetta Mama. Chelsea is almost in the rearview mirror of Maya now. Cherogamarasa just sneaked into 5th place. Orange Funk is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, but only by a second and a bit. Turbo Benzina is driving a 1968 Holden Monaro GTS and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is a 2:16.2. 4-1. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders. Wow, Roger Barr 302. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Roger Barr 302 for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And a big shout out to Turbo Benzina for snagging the fastest lap. You can claim the 1968 Holden Monaro GTS. I hope you're ready for some vintage streetcar greatness. Amy, You also did an excellent job winning the bet race. You've earned the 1972 Maserati Kamsandota. Grab that beauty and enjoy the ride. Here is a fun fact for you. The classic Indy cars from the early days were so powerful that drivers often didn't have seatbelts because they wanted to be able to escape quickly if something went wrong. Can you imagine? It's like a roller coaster with no harnesses, just pure adrenaline and trust in the driver's skills. Wow, this is a classic showdown. The Ferrari 375 Indy is a legendary car, known for its speed and agility back in the day. It's got that iconic history and probably a bit more finesse. On the other hand, the Kuzma Offie is a powerful machine too, but maybe a little more raw and straightforward. Given the cars and the context, I'd say Jordan Ev's Ferrari might have the edge for its finesse and historical performance, especially on a track like Brasilia where speed and handling really matter. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. So I'll keep my fingers crossed for a wild race. Who do you think will take it? Alright folks. The race kicks off at Brasilia with Pippi Langstrup on pole, driving a vintage 1963, a Gajani and Watson. Let's see if those classic wheels can beat the modern machines. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race, followed closely by Lynn Lilac in second place, and Hot Bolognese holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Lynn Lilac just snatched the lead from Pippi Langstrup. Pippi Langstrup and Lynn Lilac are nose to nose for first place. N-Body Notes is climbing fast, now in third, closing the gap. N-Body Notes is now in second place. Hot Bolognese has moved into third. Gina Jones has climbed into fourth. Looks like the race is heating up. Hot Bolognese is now in second place. Scott Dixon has moved up to fifth. Pippi Langstrup and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail fighting for fifth place. Guy is really having a rough time dropping back to 21st place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing steadily into fifth. Pippi and Gina Jones are nose to nose for fourth place. Looks like a close fight. Hingley Kringleberry is pushing hard to overtake Maya for the 10th spot. Scott Dixon and Amy are still locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry just made a bold move to climb one position. Maya is closing in on Merchican Live. Looks like a tight battle for 11th place. Lithocarp is making a move, climbing up to 17th. Amy is holding steady in 6th. Michigan Live and Maya are nose to tail for 11th place. Sophie and Jordan F are locked in a close fight for 13th. La Grande Enchanta just gained 1 spot and is now 17th. Maya is closing the gap on Michigan Live and aiming for that tight battle at 11th place. Sylvie and Jordan F are neck and neck for 13th place. This is getting interesting. Hot Bolognese just took the lead from Linlila. They are now battling side by side for first place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Slitten's Leader Gaming is making a move, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place, just 1 spot ahead. Max Spirelli is also on the rise, now in 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 9th place. Dovey is making a move to 11th. Michigan Live is advancing to 13th. Michigan Live is having a rough time dropping 7 places to 20. Turbo Benzina is climbing nicely, moving up 2 spots to 13. Slitten's Leader Gaming is also on the rise, gaining 2 positions to 14. Evenzero Guy is closing in on Michigan Live at a rapid pace, cutting the gap by 8.7 seconds. And Body Notes and Lindbergh are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Lithocarp is climbing the ranks, moving up 2 spots to take the 16th position. N Body Notes just overtook someone to grab 2nd place. Linley Luck and N Body Notes are nose to nose. No room for error. Turbo Benzina is climbing steadily to the 12th spot. Linley Lack is making a move for the top spot. Gina Jones is closing in on N Body Notes, cutting the gap by over a second. Slip's Leader Gaming and I are locked in a fierce duel for 13. Michigan Live is slicing through the track, closing in on Vagrant Enchanter by 7.3 seconds. Sovi has climbed 1 spot to take 10th place. Life and Sovi are nose to tail, fighting for 10th. Agvathi is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 15. And Body Notes and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry just nudged up 1 spot to 8. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Max Spirelli, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Sovi is climbing up the ranks, now in 9th place. New for Life and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Max Spirelli are nose to nose for 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 9th, leaving someone behind. New for Life and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 10th. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 spot to sit in 7th. Max Spirelli and Hingle McCringleberry are also fighting hard for 7th. Jordan F is struggling a bit back in 15th while Max Spirelli is holding 8th. Jordan F needs a miracle to catch up in the last lap. Ding. Hot Bolognese takes the lead and is now in first place. N Body Notes moves up to second place. Lin Lilac is right behind, battling for second place with N Body Notes. Lin Lilac has surged to the front, claiming the lead. Gina Jones has climbed to third, inching closer to the top. Gina Jones and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a battle to watch. Gina Jones and Hot Bolognese are neck and neck for second place. Slipton's Leader Gaming and Low Full Life are locked in a close fight for 10th. Jordan F is making a move, climbing one spot to 13. Akvaithi is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 12. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, moving into 4th. Slips Leader Gaming and Wolf for Life are nose to nose for 10th place. Looks like a close fight. Gina Jones is climbing to second place. Scott Dixon is now in third. Amy is chipping away at N Body Notes, closing the gap by a little over a second and a half. Inga McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to nose for 9th place. The Gruntenshunter just gained a spot to sit in 18th. And it looks like Maya and the Gruntenshunter are now locked in a close fight for 18th. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the front runners with the tight corners and long straights, making overtakes tricky for the midfielders. Wow, Lin Lilac, you really sped past everyone? Congratulations on the win. Wow, Lin Lilac really took the checkered flag first. Big congratulations to them on that win. Now, Gina Jones, you did the most overtakes today. That's impressive work. So you get to claim the 1952 Kuzma Afi, the classic Indy cars. Well done to both of you. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, since the Denver Pepsi Center has a lot of tight corners and sharp turns. It's not really about raw speed here. It's more about being able to navigate quickly and precisely through the twists and turns without losing control. A car with good steering response and balance would be ideal for staying competitive and avoiding accidents in those tricky sections. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it before the race starts. Don't miss your chance to cheer for your top choice. Get those votes in before the buzzer. Alright. This is quite the showdown. On one side we have Hingle McCringleberry in a 1996 Toyota Sard MC8R. That's a classic, no doubt, but it's a bit like bringing a vintage fighter jet to a modern race. On the other side, Gina Jones in a 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. Now, that car is a legend. Sleek, fast, and designed for the track. Considering the cars, I'd say the McLaren F1 GTR is probably going to have the edge here. It's lighter and more aerodynamically efficient, which really matters in a race like this. The Toyota Sard MC8R, while an impressive machine, might struggle to keep pace against a race car designed with that kind of speed in mind. Though, if I had to place a bet, I'd put my chips on Gina Jones and that beautiful McLaren to cross the finish line first. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything could happen. Maybe Hingle's vintage might pull off a surprise. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Denver Pepsi Center track, and Sylvie is on pole in a retro class with a 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. Stay tuned for some high-speed chaos. Sylvie has taken the lead right out of the gate. New Full Life is holding strong in second, and I, Maya, am sitting comfortably in third. Let's see if I can make a move soon. No for Life and Sylvie are nose to tail at the front. Amy just snuck past one car to claim the 5th spot. Pippi Langstrom and Amy are practically glued together for 5th place. Maya is now in 2nd place, climbing up 1 spot. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 4. Gina Jones advances 1 position to 6th. Wauxy B is climbing up to 11th place. Zip Gaming Gate and Wauxy B are still nose to nose for that same spot. Asuroni is inching up to 15th. Sherogamartsach just nudged into 16th place. Owen Storm is right behind him, both fighting for that spot. Looks like a close one. Hingle is holding 8th while Gina is just behind in 7th. Looks like Gina might have the edge if she stays close, but Hingle's got the better position for now. Race is still young. Hingle is holding 8th, while Gina is just behind in 7th. Looks like Gina might have the edge if she keeps pushing. Hingle better watch out or Gina might sneak past. Hingle is holding 8th, but Gina is just behind in 7th. Looks like Gina might have the edge if she stays consistent. Hingle needs to find a way past soon. Scott Dixon is driving a 1993 Jaguar XJ220, which is known for its incredible speed and sleek design. Looks like his race is not going well with a placeholder lap time, so he's probably having some issues. Scott Dixon is driving a 1993 Jaguar XJ220, which is known for its sleek design and impressive top speed. He's currently in 4th place, hanging just behind the leaders. But his lap times suggest he's struggling a bit compared to the front runners. Hingle is holding on to 8th, but struggling to keep up with Gina in 7th. Gina's got the pace advantage, but Hingle might try a late move if the opportunity arises. Alwyn Storm is driving a 1995 BMW M3 GTR Evo, known for its balance and agility. They're currently in the last place among DTM cars, and it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. The Retro GT 500 cars seem to be dominating, with Sovi leading, and multiple McLaren F1 GTRs in top spots. The track probably favors their handling and speed. The DTM cars are lagging behind, likely struggling with the Denver layout. Sovi is leading in a 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. A classic that's still quick enough to stay ahead. Looks like they're comfortably in the front with the fastest lap so far. Race seems smooth for them. Sovi is leading in the Retro GT 500 class with a 1995 McLaren F1 GTR. It's been the fastest car so far with a 13.77 lap. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front. Gina Jones is climbing to 4th place. Amy is now in 5th, inching closer but still a bit behind. Pinkwolf is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190E Evo 2. Looks like he's struggling a bit, currently in 15th place and not matching the pace of the front runners. Scott Dixon is driving a 1993 Jaguar X J220, which is known for its impressive top speed and sleek design. He's currently in 7th place, holding steady, but not making much progress. Looks like he's just cruising along, probably saving some for a late push. Wow! Sovi really outpaced everyone. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow! Sovi took the victory. Big congratulations to them. That was quite the race. And congrats to Maya for grabbing the fastest lap. You earned that 1994 Nissan 300 ZTG X Turbo MC. That's a pretty sweet prize. Gina Jones, you sealed the deal with the bet race win. The 1995 McLaren F1 GTR is a legendary pick. Well deserved. Everyone did an amazing job today. Can't wait to see what happens in the next race. Sure thing. Dustbite Speedway is known for its unpredictable dust storms that occasionally roll in, making the cars slip and slide like they're on a slip and slide. It's like nature's own chaos agent trying to spice up the race, and trust me, the AI drivers never see it coming. Alright. This is a classic matchup. The Monte Carlo versus the Dodge Charger, both from the same era but with very different personality. The Chevrolet probably has a little more smoothness and stability, so it might do better on the twists and turns of Dust Bite Speedway. The Dodge Charger, on the other hand, is all about raw power and a bold stance. If it can handle the corners without losing speed, it could really surprise us. Given these two options, I'd lean slightly toward the Monte Carlo for steady, calculated racing. But the Charger's aggressive style could easily shake things up. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Dust Bite Speedway with Bjorn Art on pole in a classic 1971 AMC Matador Dada deal. Let's see how this vintage beast handles the chaos. Bjorn Art has shot out in front, leading the race. Billy is holding strong in second place, while Your Instinct is hanging on in third. Not much change so far, but things could get interesting soon. Maya just gained one more position now in 7th place. Violetta Mama and Maya are still neck and neck for 7. Dude Smokey A Blunt is also climbing, now in 9th place. Stankit just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Gina Jones and Stankit are nose to tail for 5th. I'm battling Gina Jones for 6th, and she's not making it easy. Rosie Gutgaming and Your Instinct are still neck and neck for 3rd place. Violetta Mama just overtook someone to climb into 7th. Maya and Violetta Mama are now fighting for the same spot. This is getting interesting. Mattisberry is really having a rough time dropping 20 places to 30. Violetta Mama and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Jude Smokey A Blunt is climbing up 1 spot to 8th. Mattisberry is making a huge move, overtaking 29 cars to grab the lead. Bjorn Art and Mattisberry are nose-to-tail fighting for 1st place. Gina Jones and Stankit are locked in a close duel for 6th. Bjorn Art has just taken the lead at the front of the pack. Bailey and Your Instinct are now battling it out for 2nd place, with only a small gap between them. The fight for the podium is heating up. Mattisberry is really having a rough time dropping back to 30. Stankit is climbing steadily into 5th. Jude Smokey A Blunt is inching up to 8th. Stankit and Rosagalgaming are nose to tail for 4th place. No. And Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 10th. Story Forge just gained a spot to 12th and is chasing down New for Life Dottie. Meanwhile, Story Forge and New for Life are battling for 11th. Jude Smokey A Blunt just climbed 2 spots to sit in 6th place. He's now in a close fight with Stankit for 5th. Gina Jones and Dude Smokey A Blunt are also battling it out for 6th, so things are getting crowded there. Rosie Golding and Your Instinct are nose to tail for third place. Gina Jones is sneaking into sixth, and Violetta Mama is climbing into seventh. Rosie Golding and Your Instinct are nose to nose for third place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on me, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Actutuhove and Thikawatik Reardo are fighting hard for 24th. Rosie Golding is holding on to third place, but Your Instinct is right behind, ready to pounce. Violetta Mama and Gina Jones are neck and neck for sixth. No clear winner yet. Sophie and Lithocarp are trading positions in the fight for 14th. Looks like a close one. Lenonith 1857 is really having a tough time dropping to the back of the pack. Zoe is climbing up to 16, and Mr. Wolf J is right behind at 17. Looks like some early movement in the midfield. Maneuver Life just overtook someone to take the 10th spot. Ingle McCringleberry is now in 11th. Story Forge and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 12th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Pippi Langstrom is climbing nicely to 10th place. Story Forge and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 12th place. Grampy Yurf is sneaking up to 22nd. Story Forge and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 12th place. Grampy Yurf just gained one spot and is now in 21st. Scott Dixon and Grampy Juref are fighting hard for 21st position. Violetta Mama and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 6th place. Maneuver Life and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Lithocarp is climbing up one spot to 13th. Mr. Wolf J is tearing through the field, overtaking 16 cars to take the lead. Bjorn Art and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail in a fierce fight for first place. Amy and H2 Hova are locked in a close scrap for 25th. Wow, Bjorn Art, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Bjornard absolutely crushed it. Huge congratulations to them for taking the win. Looks like all that virtual racing practice really paid off. Well deserved. A fun fact about the 1930 Grand Prix racing cars is that they often looked more like art pieces than racing machines. With their ornate and intricate designs, they had massive, exposed radiators that made them seem like the cars were ready to sip tea rather than race at breakneck speeds. It's like watching a vintage fashion show with engines. Wow, this is like a vintage car showdown straight out of a history book. The 1938 Maserati 8CTF is a classic racer with some serious old-school charm. But it's got that old-world charm that might slow it down just a tad today. On the other hand, the 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 is known for its incredible speed and aerodynamics for its era, so it might just have the edge here. But hey, you never know with AI drivers. They can surprise us with their choices. Still, if I had to put my chips on one, I'd lean toward the Mercedes-Benz just because of its reputation for speed. Let's see if the race lives up to our expectations, and if the vintage charm can outpace modern engineering. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Highlands long track. On pole, we have New for Life in the classic 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lid. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Thexaltis Serena in second and Ogs Wolfie in third. Looks like a tight battle right from the start. Thexaltis Serena and New for Life are nose to tail at the front. Bacon has just overtaken someone to sit in third. Bacon and Thexaltis Serena are now fighting for second place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Scott Dixon and Tug On It TTV are nose-to-nose for 10th. Sophie and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 13th. Oxwell Faye is just ahead of Bacon now. Looks like a close fight for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are wheel-to-wheel for 11th. Squat Bender and Sophie are still neck and neck for 14th. Ogswell Fee is now in 3rd place. Squat Bender has gained 1 spot and is now in 14th. Sophie and Squat Bender are nose-to-nose for 14th. Gina Jones is driving a 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154, a car known for its speed and agility. She's currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Oxwell Fee just overtook someone, and is now in 2nd place. Filthy Old Guy and Merkatsu are nose-to-nose for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are swapping positions in a close fight for 11th. Scott Dixon is dropping back to the 17th place. Filthy Old Guy is climbing nicely now in 4th. Maya and Mergitsu are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a good fight brewing. Maya is climbing fast into 5th place. Gina Jones is also making moves up to 7th. Gina Jones and Bacon are locked in a close fight for 6th. Nirgutsu and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 spot to 10th. Tugon and DTV and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 10th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Mirgutsu and Bacorn are nose to tail for 7th. Sovi and Oscar Wolf are locked in a close fight for 14th. Mirgutsu just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Bacorn and Mirgutsu are nose to nose for 7th. Swell placed EV and Bacorn are locked in a close fight for 8th. Wow, looks like Nula for life. Just took the crown. Guess all that practice paid off? Wow, what an incredible race! A huge congratulations to No for Life for taking the win. Looks like they've got the skills to dominate those AI cars. Great job pulling ahead. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1964 Austin Healey 3000 Mark I might have the edge. It's got some solid power and good handling for its time, making it a strong contender on the vintage Silverstone circuit. The Lotus Cortina could be a close second with its nimbleness. but I think the Heelys' combination of power and classic charm gives it the upper hand. Of course, this is all just playful speculation. Let's see how they perform. Hey everyone! The clock's ticking, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't let your chance to influence the race slip away. Get those picks in before it's too late. Wow, what a rivalry we have here. On one side, we've got Pippi Langstrumpf in a classic 1959 Maserati 3500 GT. That's a beast with some history and power behind it. On the other side, Celestial Linares in a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. Now that car might be charming, but let's be real, it's not exactly known for its speed. Given the car choices and their performances, I would say Pippi's Maserati has the upper hand, especially on a track like Silverstone Vintage that favors power and handling. The Beetle might have a quirky charm, but I doubt it can keep up with the Maserati's performance. I predict Pippi will take the win, leaving Celestial Linares to chase that nostalgic underdog story. Alright folks, the race is on at Silverstone Vintage, and look at this. Scott Dixon is starting at the front, driving a classic 1959 Austin Healey 106 GT. It's not exactly a speed demon, but hey, it's got style. Let's see if vintage charm can outpace the modern marvels. Right at the start, Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. Jay Bougie is holding on to third, but expect some shuffling soon. Stabby Killams just overtook someone to grab third place. Hingle McCringleberry and Jay Bougie are nose to nose for fourth. Turbo Benzina is climbing up to eighth. Hingle McCringleberry is now in fourth place. Maya has moved up to sixth. Maya and Jay Boogie are locked in a close fight for fifth place. Maya is now in fourth place, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind, ready to pounce. Turbo Benzina has gained one spot, and is now seventh. Turbo Benzina and Jay Boogie are nose to tail for sixth. Abigail Killens and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for second place. No for life just snuck into 12th, leaving Sophie in the dust for now. Sophie and New for Life are really fighting for that 12th spot. Abigail Killens just nudged into second place. Scott Dixon and her are nose to tail, fighting for that spot. Maya is closing in on Scott, now just 140 seconds behind. The battle for third is heating up with Maya and Scott Dixon trading positions. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap to the leader. Diaboogie and Turbo Benzina are neck and neck for 6th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Beats with Kev is narrowing the distance to Celestia Linari, inching closer with every lap. Turbo Benzina is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. New for Life is also on the move, closing in on Beats with Kev by a similar margin. Yamobius is climbing up to 13th place, making some progress. Gina Jones and Diaboogie are nose to nose for 7th place. Amy and Gina Jones are also locked in a tight fight for 8th. Beats with Kev is chipping away at Celestia Linari's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing to 7th place. Amy is right behind her, also aiming for 7th. They are neck and neck in this battle for 7th. Amy is now in 7th place. Celestia Linari is gaining on Diaboogie, closing the gap by over a second. Sophie has moved up to 13th. Celestia Linari is racing a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. They're currently in 12th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Yamobius is racing a 1939 Alfa Romeo 6 2500 Corsa, a classic beauty. They're currently in the last place, so it looks like the race isn't going their way today. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger, and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader, so they're not exactly setting the world on fire. Turbo Benzina and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 5th place. Yamobius is closing the gap on Sophie, and they are now battling for the 13th spot. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 5th place. Yamobius is now in 13th. Looks like Turbo Benzina is on the move. Abigail Killens is driving a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. They're currently in 4th place, and have a fastest lap, just slightly slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite catching the top 2. Wow! Pippi Langstrumpf just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her. Well done! Wow! Congratulations to Pippi Langstrom for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And a special shout out to Pippi for setting the fastest lap, which means you can claim the gorgeous 1959 Maserati 3500 GT. Nice choice! And Amy, you really made your presence known with those overtakes. That's some serious skill. You can now claim the vintage 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. Excellent job, both of you. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Blackwood GP reverse circuit, I would go with the 2006 Porsche Cayman S. It's known for its sharp handling and balanced chassis, which should give it an edge on this twisty track. Plus it's got enough power to keep pace on the straights. The others are impressive too, but the Cayman seems like a safe bet for a competitive edge in this scenario. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move. Or forever, hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite machine as it barrels down the track. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Daisy Chains in the 1998 Mazda RX-7 Spirit R. That car is famous for its lightweight and rotary engine that loves to scream. It's like the nimble ninja of the race, especially on a reverse layout, where agility and handling are key. Then we have Bobardo in a 2001 BMW M346, which is a powerhouse with a more traditional inline-six. It's got raw muscle and a solid chassis, perfect for those long, fast stretches and grip through the corners. Given the track and the cars, I'd probably tip the scale towards Daisy Chains. The RX-7's lightweight and sharp handling might give it just enough edge on Blackwood GP reverse, especially if the AI driving skills are on point. But don't count out Bobardo. If he can leverage that torque and stability, it could be a close call. Who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, the race is on at Blackwood GP Reverse, and our slowest class of the 2000s is about to make things interesting. It's Mubulbri on pole, cruising in a 2001 Mercedes-Benz CLK55 AM. Let's see if that old beauty can hold the pack, or if it's destined for a slow start. Its Bumblebee has shot off the line to take the lead. Iron Cross is holding strong in second place. Tez of Strilly is hanging tight in third. Looks like a close battle already. Iron Wooden Cross takes the lead at the front. Starks climbs to 14. Sovi and Miserub Starks are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Sovi is climbing up to 13th place. Pippi Langstrump and Squat Bender are nose to nose for 18. I'm inching closer to the top 21. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Daisy Shines and Gina Jones are battling hard for that spot. Turbo Benzina and Waldo are nose to tail fighting for 9. Gina Jones and New for Life are nose to nose for 4th place. Bobardo is sneaking up on Daisy Chains, closing the gap by a second. Bobardo and Daisy Chains are locked in a tight fight for 6th. Turbo Benzina just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Turbo Benzina and Bobardo are nose to tail for 7th. Waldo is also climbing, now in 10th place. Turbo Benzina is climbing to 7th place. Sharon is now in 10th. Sovi has moved up to 11th. Sharon is really closing the gap on Amy, now just a second behind. Ario Serial is climbing up to 12th place. Abomzi is making a move up to 13th place, gaining 2 spots. Bobardo is climbing up to 7th place. Turbo Benzina and Bobardo are nose to tail for that position. Scott Dixon is advancing to 15th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. Turbo Benzina has gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Daisy Shines and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for 6th place. Gina Jones just moved up to 3rd place. Turbo Benzina is inching closer to New for Life, closing the gap by a little over a second and a half. Amy and Bobardo are nose to nose for 8th place. Daisy Shines is inching closer to Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Ario Serial is catching up to Sovi, also by 1.2 seconds. Nzero Starks has climbed 1 spot and is now in 15th place. Turbo Benzina and No for Life are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Bobardo is closing the gap on Daisy Chains by a second and a half. Sobi is also making moves on Shran, closing in by the same margin. Turbo Benzina just overtook 2 cars to climb to 4th place. Tez Australia and Turbo Benzina are still nose to tail fighting for that position. Amy and Bobardo are locked in a close duel for 8. Turbo Benzina is slicing through the field, closing the gap on Gina Jones by over a second. Sovi and Shran are nose to nose for 10th place. No room for error. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 13th, making moves. Gina Jones is chipping away at its Bumblebee, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. New for Life is climbing 1 spot to take 5th place. Sovi is also moving up 1 spot, now in 10th. Maya is closing in on Nerob Starks, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Squat Bender has climbed 1 spot to take 17th. Shotskis is moving up 2 spots to 18th. Bobardo and Daisy Chains are nose to tail for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 1 spot and is now in 19th. Waldo and Hingle McCringleberry are also fighting for 19th. So expect some fireworks there. Congratulations. Looks like Iron Cross or Wooden Cross just proved they're the fastest on the track. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Iron Cross or Wooden Cross. You really drove that race like a champ. Well done on taking home the victory. And a big shout out to Turbo Benzina for the most overtakes today. You've earned yourself a 24 BMW M5. A classic ride worth showing off. Looks like the race was pretty exciting this time. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Knockhill is known for its tight corners and quick changes of direction, so a car that can swiftly navigate through those turns without losing speed would be ideal. A balance of good steering response and strong grip on the tires is key here. Power matters too, but without the right maneuverability, it won't help much around the twists and turns. So, I'd say precision and control take the top spot for performance in this race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine hit the track. Get those choices in. Wow, tough call here. The Ferrari F50 is a legend for its speed and agility. But it's also a bit of a diva, and might struggle on a track like Knockhill, which favors nimbleness over raw power. The Nissan Skyline R32, on the other hand, is renowned for its balance and handling, especially on tight corners. Considering the track and these cars, I'd say Dank Nuggins might have the edge with that classic rally-inspired setup. But hey, with AI in charge, anything's possible. Let's see who's got the faster algorithms today. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Knockhill, and leading the pack is Scott Dixon in a classic 1994 Nissan 300ZX. He's starting on pole, and let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the AI contenders. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second. And Wooferlife is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Wooferlife just overtook Scott Dixon for the lead. They're neck and neck now. Treeheart Triad is closing in on the top four. Based in R2 is climbing to 5th place. Linlilac is also moving up to 8th place. Looks like Maya and Linlilac are locked in a close fight for 8. Maya just made a bold move and is now in 6th place. Treeheart Triad and Maya are nose-to-tail fighting for that position. Hot Bolognese and Linlilac are also close, battling for 8. The fight for the middle is heating up. Maya is making a move up to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are still locked in a close fight for 3rd. Amy has advanced to 2nd place, closing the gap at the front. Mitagutsu advances to 9th place. Dank Nuggins climbs to 10th, but is under pressure from Hot Bolognese. The battle for 10th is heating up. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Hot Bolognese has also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Dank Nuggins and Hot Bolognese are nose-to-tail fighting for 10th place. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Treeheart Triad has gained 2 positions and is now in 5th. Linlilac moved up 1 spot and is in 7th. Maya is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by over a second. Treeheart Triad and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 4th place. Hot Bolognese just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Nagutsu is driving a 1995 Dodge Viper RT10. He's currently in 10th place and has the 2nd fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's making some moves but still has a ways to go. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1993 Jaguar X J220. Their race looks a bit rough with the slowest lap time so far and a drop to the 8th place. Detoxins is right behind Dank Nuggins now, closing in fast. Necrophantasm has climbed 1 spot to 14. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining on Sovi, cutting the distance by the same 1.2 seconds. Dank Nuggins is driving a Nissan Skyline GT RR32, a classic with a reputation for handling. They're currently in the 12th position, just behind some faster cars. Looks like they're hanging in there but need a boost to move up. Maya is holding a solid 3rd, close enough to challenge for 2nd soon. Dank Nuggins is a bit behind in 12th, so unless something dramatic happens, Maya's got the edge for now. Maya is driving a Ferrari F50, which is known for its lightweight design and high-revving V12 engine. She's currently in the third place, just behind Amy New for Life. Looks like she's been quick on the straights, but still needs to find some more grip in the corners. Amy takes the lead, leaving the rest in her dust. Maya climbs to second, not bad for a backup plan. Scott Dixon is inching closer to New for Life. The gap shrinking, but still a long way to go. Amy is leading the race in a 1995 rough CTR2 and has set the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's enjoying a comfortable lead and pushing the limits. Detoxins and Hot Bolognese are neck and neck for 10th place. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 13. Rav Zerolf is chipping away at Gina Jones's lead, closing the gap by a second and a half. Base Nizard Wu and Lynn Lilac are nose to tail for 7th place. Detoxins just gained 1 spot to take 10th. Hot Bolognese and Detoxins are squabbling over 10th place as well. Maya has just overtaken to take the lead. Amy is right behind in 2nd place. Lynn Lilac is climbing to 6th place, closing in. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled. Winning at Knockhill. Who saw that coming? Congratulations on the victory. Wow, well done. Maya really pulled off the Triple Crown today. That's no small feat. Congratulations. With the fastest lap, the most overtakes, and the race win, you've really left everyone in the dust. And for the lucky driver who can claim the 1995 Ferrari F50 from the Retro Street Cars collection, get ready to take that beauty for a spin. Looks like today's victory is a triple celebration. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Chicago street circuit, I'd probably go with the 1966 Shelby Cobra 427C. Its lightweight design combined with that monstrous engine makes it a real street beast. I imagine it slicing through the city streets with a mix of raw power and agility that the others might struggle to keep up with. Plus, unassuming classic looks with a race-winning heart? Sounds like a winning combo to me. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking faster than a sports car on a straightaway. Make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left over. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. The Shelby Cobra 427C is a legendary powerhouse with its raw muscle and roaring engine, perfect for tearing up tight corners and straightaways. On the other hand, The Cheetah GT is no slouch either, famous for its sleek design and impressive speed, especially on straights. Given the Chicago street circuit's mix of tricky turns and open stretches, I'd say the Shelby might have the edge with its aggressive acceleration. But don't count the Cheetah out. If it can harness its speed and stay smooth through the curves, it could surprise us all. Tough call, but I'd put my chips on the Shelby for this one. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Chicago Street Circuit. Amy is on pole with that classic 1979 BMW M1 Pro car, so she's got a great shot to lead early. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the pack. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Move for Life in second place, and Gina Jones holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Gina Jones is climbing to second place. Pippi Langstrom is now in fourth, and I am moving up to sixth, apparently making progress or just lucky today. Beef Sliders is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rowdy Zerolf has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Sovi and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to tail fighting for 9th place. Pippi Langstrom and Move for Life are nose to tail for 3rd place. Sovi is climbing up to 9th. Helskank is sneaking into the top 20. The Group 4 cars are clearly faster and more competitive, pushing the race at the front. The Chicago Street Circuit's tight turns probably favor skill over raw speed, but the faster cars are pulling ahead. Nouveau Life is now in second place, climbing 1 spot. Jade Selgaming has moved up to the 13th position, also gaining 1 spot. Crandalive just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Oscar Wolf and Crandalive are nose to nose for 14th position. Squat Bender is chipping away at Caffeinated Cars' lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 3rd place. Hingle McRingleberry and I are still locked in a close fight for 6th. Rowdy Zerolf is also making moves, now in 9th. Helskank is climbing nicely to 15th place. Famaka is also making progress to 19th place. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Rowdy Zerolf is now in 8th after climbing 1 spot. Rowdy Zerolf and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 7th. Looks like a battle for the bottom of the top 10. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are locked in a tight fight for 4th place. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th. Hellskank is also moving up one position, now in 14th. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 5th. Rowdy Zerolf and Gina Jones are battling for 6th. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are still nose to tail for 5th place. Turbo Benzina has just climbed to 7th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Turbo Benzina is now in 6th after gaining 1 spot. Sovi is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by over a second. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon for 4th place. Rowdy Zerolf and Gina Jones are battling fiercely for 7th. Scott Dixon is closing in on New for Life, cutting the gap by over a second. Turbo Benzina and I are still locked in that tight battle for 5th place. Rowdy Zerolf just gained a spot, now in 7th. Pippi Langstrump just overtook to take the lead. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Sovi are nose to nose for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry and Sovi are neck and neck for 9th place. Famaka is closing in on Hellskank, shrinking the gap by almost 2 seconds. Squat Bender and Kakrishti are locked in a tight fight for the 18th spot. Squat Bender is making a move, climbing up to 16. Live for Life is closing in on Amy Fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Hingle Me Kringleberry is on the rise, grabbing 8th place and climbing the ranks. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. Hellskank is inching closer to her, now on 13th. Jatsil Gaming and Hellskank are nose to nose for that 13th spot. The Group 4 cars are clearly faster overall, especially with the top 2 positions. The track favors these cars' power and handling, making it tough for the Group 3 cars to keep up. The mix keeps things interesting but highlights the performance gap. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Relaxed View is cutting into Beef Slider's lead, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Bamaka has advanced to 14th place. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to take 6th place. Turbo Benzina and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 5th. Sophie is climbing up to 9th. Turbo Benzina and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 5th place. Jade Zilgaming just gained a spot and is now in 14th. Bamaka is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 21st. Turbo Benzina is climbing steadily into 5th. Sovi is also making moves up to 8th. The Group 4 cars are pretty evenly matched with some fast laps, but the street circuit favors smaller, nimble cars like the Shelby Cobra and Dodge Challenger. The track's tight corners are probably making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent seems key. Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like her adventurous spirit paid off in the fastest way possible. Congratulations! Wow, Pippi Langstrom. You really pulled off an incredible triple crown today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes is no small feat. Big congratulations to you for such an outstanding performance. And now, for the drivers who can claim some pretty sweet cars. Pippi, since you snagged the fastest lap, you can claim the classic 1977 Holden Torana and 9X. That's a race machine with some serious history. And as for me, I managed to win the bet race, so I'm claiming the legendary 1966 Shelby Cobra 427C. That thing is a pure muscle car icon, and I can't wait to add it to the collection. Stay tuned, everyone. The racing action is heating up, and who knows what surprises are coming next. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your picks quick before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the best cars for this race. Alright. Both of these drivers are racing in vintage cars from 1988, so it's going to come down to a mix of handling and how well the AI manages those particular models. The Ligia JS31 was known for its potential, but could be unpredictable, whereas the Arosa 10B had a reputation for being a bit more consistent on the track. I'd lean slightly towards the Arosa because stability and reliability often give a small edge in AI races. But hey, with vintage cars, anything can happen. Maybe a little too much happening. So, I'd say the Arrows might take it, but this race is definitely a toss-up. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Riverside Spike, and look who's on pole. Blackbeard, in a classic 1988, a GSJ, H23. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the AI has other plans. Maya is leading the race right now with a strong start. Blackbeard is right behind in second place. Scott Dixon is in third, trying to catch up. DCK Baitsia Rogerts is climbing to 9th place. Lord Crespi is now in 13. New for Life has moved up to 15. Turbo Benzina and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy just gained 1 spot to 10th. Muida and Amy are locked in a close fight for 10th. Jackson DeBox is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. DCCK Baitsi Rogerts is inching up 1 spot to 8. Lord Zikretsby is also up 1 spot. Now 12. Maya here. Turbo Benzina is trying to overtake Amy for the 10th place. Flanky Frankie just gained 1 spot and is now 15. Nemidar and Lord Sicrispy are nose to tail for the 12th spot. New for Life and Anonymous Ninity 3 are fighting hard for the 16th position. Turbo Benzina is currently in 8th place on the grid. Their Benetton B188 is a solid choice for this era. But they're a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're trying to catch up but haven't made any moves yet. Scott Dixon is driving a Ryle RC1 from 1988. He's currently holding 3rd place and seems to be maintaining a steady pace, not pushing too hard or falling behind. Nimumuda is driving a Ligia JS31 and currently in 9th place. Looks like a solid middle of the pack effort so far. Anonymous 3 is driving a March 881, a car known for its balance and agility. They are currently in 17th place. So it looks like their race is a bit of a struggle with no notable lap times yet. Pippi Lemström is driving an Ozella F, a 1L, the same as Hingle McCringleberry. Their race looks like a struggle with the slowest lap time among the top 15, so not much progress lately. Blackbeard is leading the race in an AGSJH23. They're holding the top spot and have the fastest laps so far. Looks like they're in control for now. Spikles is driving a Colony FC188. Their race seems steady but not quite as quick as the leaders, sitting in 4th place. Flanky Frankie and Memomida are nose to tail for the 14th spot. New for Life and Anonymous 93 are locked in a close fight for 16. Gina Jones is holding the fastest lap but is stuck in 6th. Looks like she's just playing for the speed bonus, not the win. The track's tight corners seem to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, especially those with quick acceleration. The gaps are tight, so small mistakes could shake up the order. Pippi Langström is driving an Ozella F, a 1L, same as Hingle McCringleberry. They're currently in 14th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Amy is in 11th place driving a Lotus 100T. She's got a decent pace but needs to find some overtaking opportunities to climb higher. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congrats on the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. Well done. Gina Jones, you've earned the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 1988 Ligier JS31. Great job. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since the race is in reverse, smooth maneuvering and precise control are key to navigating tight corners and tricky turns without losing speed. Power is important, but the ability to stay composed and maintain stability through the twists and turns will likely make or break a good time here. A car that can adapt quickly and stick to the road like glue is what I'd be rooting for. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down, so make your choice before everyone else claims the fastest one. Don't want to miss out on the race of the century. Alright folks, this is a classic matchup. On one side we have Sophie in a 2018 Peugeot 308. That's a pretty decent car known for its balance and agility. On the other side, Hingle McCringleberry is behind a 2016 Lada Vesta, which is probably more famous for its resilience than speed. Now, taking into account the car's characteristics, I'd say Sophie might have the edge here. The Peugeot is generally more refined and better suited for a race like Du Grand Sambuc Reverse. But don't count out Hingle just yet. Sometimes the underdog has a few tricks up its sleeve. So, my bet goes to Sophie just because the Peugeot's a little more nimble and likely to handle the reverse course better. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Du Grand Sambuc reverse track. Leading the pack from the very start is Scott Dixon, driving a classic 2012 Ford Focus RS in the TCR class. Looks like he's got a solid grip on that pole position. Let's see if he can hold on to it. Kabumpra has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Scott Dixon is right behind in second, and Arturon 192 is in third. Looks like a tight start. Color Girl is making a move up to second place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 7. Blinchika 21 is advancing to 10th. The race is heating up. Okinabaka advances to 8th place. Gina Jones and Okinabaka are nose-to-nose for that position. Move for Life is cutting down the distance to Flinchicott 21 by nearly 2 seconds. Flinchicott 21 just overtook someone to take 9th place. Amy has moved up to 11th. And Maya is now 12th, inching closer to the front. Kaboomper is leading in a 2018 Peugeot 308, which is known for its agility. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably so far. Archerona 92 is driving a 2018 Peugeot 308. They're currently in 5th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real threats behind or ahead. Looks like a pretty quiet race for them so far. Kaboomper is leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead unless something unexpected happens. Gina Jones is driving a 2015 Seat Leon. She's currently in 11th place and her fastest lap is over a minute, so she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Gina Jones is driving a 2015 Seat Leon. She's currently in 11th place and her lap time is over a minute, so it looks like she's struggling to keep up. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Pippi Langstrup is narrowing the gap on Sobi by 1.3 seconds. Blinchicott 1 is catching up to Okinabaka, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Zimplemarkers is driving a 2015 Mercedes-Benz, a 45 AMG. The race seems steady but not quite at the front, sitting in the middle of the pack. Blinchicott 21 is driving a 2015 Mercedes-Benz, a 45 AMG. They're currently in 10th place and their fastest lap is just shy of the leaders by about a second. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the front runners. Move for Life is driving a 2016 Audi TT Cup Deck Top. They're currently in 14th place, hanging in there with a decent lap time. Looks like a steady race for now. Move for Life is driving a 2016 Audi TT, which is known for its sharp handling and quick acceleration. They're currently in 14th place, so not quite making the moves yet, but staying competitive. Move for Life is driving a 2016 Audi TT Cup Date. They're currently in the middle of the pack, hanging around the 14th spot. Looks like they're holding steady but haven't made any big moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrup is making a move to 6th. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Flinchicott 21 by a second and a tenth. They are locked in a tight fight for 9th. Wow, Kaboomper really outpaced everyone. Guess they're the new Speed King. Well done. Wow. K Bumper took the victory. Well done. They've really outpaced the rest. Now, as for the lucky ones who can claim a car, Hingle McCringleberry, congratulations on winning the bet race. You can now lay claim to that shiny 2016 Lotta Vesta. Guess all that betting paid off, huh? If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Lamborghini SC18 Alston might have the edge. Its aggressive design and supposed performance capabilities suggest it could outpace the others on a small circuit like LEGO Speed Champions. Of course, it's all in good fun, and the car with the most nimble handling might surprise us all. Alright everyone, better pick your favorite car before time runs out. We don't want to have any last-minute panic moments. Make your choice now or forever hold your peace. This is quite the matchup, isn't it? The Mercedes SLR McLaren from 2005 versus the 2012 Audi R8R. Both are sleek and powerful, but the choice of cars in LEGO Speed Champions adds a fun twist. The Mercedes is known for its speed and aggressive design, but the Audi R8 has a reputation for agility and precision. If I had to place a bet, I'd say Sovi might have the edge thanks to the R8's nimbleness. But hey, in the world of LEGO racing, anything can happen. Maybe Scott Dixon has a secret upgrade hidden in those tiny bricks. Either way, I'm excited to see these cars zooming around and causing some chaos. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at the LEGO Speed Champions track, and Turbo Benzina is on pole with a 2014 Radical RXC. Let's see if the speed of that beast can hold off the competition. Turbo Benzina is leading the race, followed closely by Big Gold Nerd in second place. Scott Dixon is currently in third, trying to keep up. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up 2 spots to take 4th place. Sovi and Pippi are nose to nose for that 4th position. New for Life and Sovi are also locked in a close fight for 5th. Sovi just nudged into 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Sovi are still nose to nose for that spot. I am climbing up to 6th place, inching closer to the leaders. Imbus Platinum is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 6th place. Maya just gained 1 position, now in 5th. Blanky Frankie is also making moves, up 1 spot to 11. Scott Dixon is in 4th place with a 2005 Mercedes SLR McLaren. Looks like he's holding steady behind the top 3, probably enjoying the view from the middle of the pack. Maya is gaining on Scott Dixon quickly, closing the gap to just under a second. Amy and No for Life are nose to tail for 7th place. Looks like a good old-fashioned wheel-to-wheel. Sylvie is really stalking the Goldner now. Just a second and a bit behind. Amy's sneaking up to 7th place, making moves. Pippi Langstrom is hot on No for Life's tail, closing the gap by a little over a second. The track seems to favor the fastest cars with consistent laps, but overtakes are happening in tight corners, so skillful drivers are making moves. Turbo Benzina is leading the race in a 2014 Radical RXC. They seem to be comfortably ahead with no signs of slowing down. Looks like they're setting the pace for now. Dialive is driving a 2010 Rough RGT. They're currently in the 15th place, so not quite in the thick of the action, but still hanging in there. Hey Naive, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action today. Sit back and enjoy the race. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap to the podium. Amy is chipping away at Imbus Platinum, getting closer with every second. Pippi Langstrom has climbed to 8th place, making some moves. Sylvie and Big Goldnerd are nose to tail for 2nd place. Blanky Frankie and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 11th. Sylvia is climbing up to 2nd place. Blanky Frankie is making a move to 11. The race is heating up. Sylvie is now in the lead, claiming the 1st place. Big Godnerd has moved into 2nd. And I've managed to climb into 3rd. Looks like a tight race behind us. Amy and Imbus Platinum are nose to nose for 5th place. Rome Spider is climbing to 12th. Dialive is also on the move, up to 13th. Wow! Sylvie really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Sophie really pulled it off. Big congratulations on winning the race. You earned it. And look at that, Turbo Benzina. You hit the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 2014 Radical RXC. Nice choice for a sleek modern street car. Sophie, since you won the bet race, the 2012 Audi R8 is all yours. Looks like it's a good day for winning cars. Sure thing. Did you know that Group 6 racing cars were known for having some of the most outrageous and futuristic designs in their heyday? They were kind of like the Transformers of the racing world, with wild aerodynamics and sleek curves that made them look like they were born to tear up the track. It's like the designers took one look at ordinary race cars and thought, nah, let's make these look like they're from another galaxy. Oh, this is a classic matchup, isn't it? On one side we have Rogue with a Porsche 936 from 1977, a true racing icon, known for its speed and agility. On the other, Turbo Benzina with a Renault Alpine, a 442B, which is no slouch, but maybe a bit less legendary. Given the track at Baskerville, and the incredible handling of the Porsche, I'd say Rogue's going to have the edge, especially if they can take advantage of that mid-engine balance. The Renault is a solid car, but I'd put my money on the Porsche to take the win here. Who do you think will surprise us? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Baskerville, and Amy is starting strong on pole with that classic 1977 Porsche 936. Let's see if vintage beats the others today. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Adam at 44 in second, and Rogue holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Turbo Benzina and Rogue are nose to tail for third place. Anarchy6 just gained a spot to fifth. Buckybird is also climbing, moving into seventh. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to grab third place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to fifth. Anarchy6 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for fifth place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Gina Jones is driving a Porsche 936 from 1977. She's currently in 15th place, so she's making her way through the pack, but still has some ground to cover. Ruki Miriki just overtook someone to take 6th place. Buckybird is climbing up to 7th. Pippi Langstrup is moving up to 10th, and she's in a close fight with Whip3 out 25 for 9th. Scott Dixon and Rogue are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 12th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Rookie Miriki is narrowing the gap to Doro by 1.6 seconds. Amy's leading comfortably and has the fastest lap, so it looks like he's in control unless something dramatic happens. Rookie Miriki is driving a 1973 Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 T12 and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute and 59 seconds slower than the leader, so they're not exactly setting the pace. Gina Jones is driving a Porsche 936 from 1977. She's currently in the last place and seems to be struggling with pace, as her lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Turbo Benzina is making a strong move with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leader. Let's see if he can keep up the pace and make a move soon. Maya is in the middle of the pack with a Porsche 936 from 1977. Fastest lap so far is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like a tough race for her so far. Amy's leading and still holding the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control, unless someone pulls a miracle. Scott Dixon is driving a 1973 Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 TT12 aisle. He's currently in 5th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, .00643. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 11th place. Sovi is advancing 2 spots to 12th place. Jerofa Kitten and Sovi are nose to nose for 12th place. Jerofa Kitten has moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Maya is also climbing 1 spot to 13th place. Sovi and Maya are nose to nose for 13th place. Turbo Benzina is pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's still in 3rd. He might be trying to make a move before the finish. Dora Rogue is driving a Porsche 936, starting in 3rd and currently in 5th. They're staying competitive but not quite catching Amy or the leader. Looks like a solid race so far. Turbo Benzina is pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's still in 3rd. He might be trying to make a move before the finish. Maya is in the middle of the pack with a Porsche 936 from 1977. She's currently in the 14th place, just behind some fast Alfa Romeos and Lola T280s. Her lap time is decent, but not quite catching the leaders yet. Looks like a steady race so far. Wow, Amy, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on the win. Clearly your talent is unmatched. Wow, Amy, you absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was some seriously smooth racing. And a big shout out to Turbo Benzina for snagging the fastest lap and winning the bet race. You're really on fire today. You can claim that vintage Renault Alpine, a 442B with pride. Hinga! Me Kringleberry. You really went all in with those overtakes. That's some impressive driving right there. Feel free to add that classic car to your collection. This race was full of action, wasn't it? Can't wait to see what happens next. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those choices in before the countdown ends. Don't make me start assigning cars randomly because I might just give you the slowest one on purpose. Hurry up and make your selection. Alright, so we've got Nibby in a 2011, McLaren MP 4-12CG, 3 and Pippi Langstrup in a 2016, Porsche 911 GT3R. Both are solid choices. But when it comes to Nürburgring, the track's tight and twisty nature really puts handling and agility to the test. The McLaren is a bit older but is known for its sharp aerodynamics and raw speed. The Porsche, on the other hand, benefits from a newer design and Porsche's legendary balance and cornering ability. Honestly, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge here because of its handling finesse on such a challenging street circuit. But hey, anything can happen when the AI drivers are involved, so I wouldn't count either out just yet. Let's see how they handle those corners. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Nürburgring, and look who's on pole, our very own 2016 Porsche 911 GT 3R. Let's see if that speed holds up. Maya is leading the race, holding the front spot. Scott Dixon is right behind in second place. Gina Jones is in third, trying to catch up. Scott Dixon just snatched the lead, pushing ahead by one spot. Pippi Langstrup and Swell Plaisidi are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Forti Afro is climbing up to eighth, making some moves. Gina Jones and I are nose-to-nose for second place. Pippi Langstrup and Swell Plaisidi are locked in a fierce scrap for fourth. Naiba just snuck up one spot to sit in sixth. Gina Jones is climbing up to second place. Maya and Gina are nose to tail for that spot. Pippi Langstrup is also making moves, now in fourth. Maya and Pippi are locked in a close fight for third. Turbo Benzina is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Elicitona 1095 has also gained 1 position and is now in 11th. Turbo Benzina and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to tail for 4th place. Drew Arfals had just slipped into 15th, making a move. Turbo Benzina is climbing steadily into the top 4. Naiba and Swell Place TV are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Amy is making a move up to 11. Naiba is holding a solid position in 8th, while Pippi is in 6th. Naiba might have a slight edge in pace, but Pippi's got the gap to make a move if they push. Drew Arfals is running in 2018 Aston Martin Vantage. AM are currently in the middle of the pack, and seem to be holding steady, without any major drama so far. Scott Dixon's Mercedes-AMG GT3 is leading the race and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's got the pace to stay at the front. The GT3 class cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the Norris Ring's tight corners favor drivers with precision. The Porsche I'm in is holding steady, but the Mercedes and Audi are just a blink behind, so track layout is definitely keeping the race close. Naiba is holding a slight edge over Pippi Langstrumpf. Looks like Naiba might be able to keep that position if they stay consistent. Turbo Benzina and Maya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Drew Arfals has gained 1 spot and is now 12. Elicitona 1095 is also climbing, now 13th. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Maya is right behind, looking for a way around. Naiba is just ahead of Pippi Langstrumpf, but both are a bit off the leaders. Naiba might have the edge if they keep this pace, but Pippi could still make a move before the finish. Gina Jones is driving a 2016 Audi R8 LS. She's holding on to 2nd place, and has the 2nd fastest lap time so far. Looks like she's pushing hard, but not quite catching Dixon. Scott Dixon is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Scott Dixon is showing he's got the pace, but with only 1 lap left, he needs to hold it together to seal the deal. Pippi Langstrumpf is in 6th place, driving a 2016 Porsche 911 GT3. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding a solid position but not quite challenging for the top yet. Swell Place TV is climbing up to 5th place. Bort Afro and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is in a 2011 Chevrolet Camaro GT3. They're currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady but not making much progress. Scott Dixon is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow. Scott Dixon really took the checkered flag and also snagged the fastest lap. Congrats on dominating the race. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the bet race. Looks like a fancy Porsche is coming your way. Turbo Benzina. You were the overtaking king today. So enjoy that sleek SC. G003. See, great job, everyone. Sure thing. The 1963 Agachanian Watson was actually designed for racing greatness, but it's famous mostly because of its unique name and the fact that it was built to dominate the Indianapolis 500. It was a real game changer back in the day, showcasing some serious engineering skills. Fun fact: it was named after the Agachanian family, who were big supporters of racing and helped make this car a legend in early American racing history. Quite the star in its time. Ooh, this is quite the throwback showdown. Sovi in the classic Maserati 250F, which is famous for its charm and racing pedigree, versus Atherplasm in the vintage Scarab Indy, known for its innovative design back in the day. The Maserati's got that legendary status, and probably a bit more nimbleness on those curves. The Scarab, though, with its Indy roots, might have some surprising acceleration, especially on a track like Circuit of the Americas. If I had to make a prediction, I'd say Sovi's Maserati could have the edge in finesse and handling, making it likely to come out ahead. But don't count the Scarab out. Vintage cars often surprise us with bursts of pure speed. It's a close call, but I'll put my money on Sovi's Maserati taking the win in this race. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Circuit of the Americas, and leading the pack is the N-body Notes in a classic 1963 Agachanian Watson. Looks like vintage style is leading the way today. N-body Notes has shot off into the lead. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. It's Sarah is in third, just waiting for a mistake to move up. Slow-placed V is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 12. Amy and N-body Notes are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf is making moves, jumping 2 places to 7. Well-placed V is climbing to 11th place. Just Penjakis is now in 13. Takido Kibri is knocking on the 15th door. War for Life and Titus 61 are nose to tail for the 19th spot. Unknown Tactics has gained 1 position to sit in 21st. Unknown Tactics and Nouveau for Life are fighting hard for 20th place. Amy and N-body Notes are neck and neck for first place. Atherplasm and Scott Dixon are trading positions for 4th. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 spot and is now 8th. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Sovi and Aetherplasm are still nose to nose for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th, inching closer to the top 10. Papa Kitesy is slicing through the field, now in 14th place. Scott Dixon and its Sirar are nose to nose for 3rd. Maya is climbing up to 8th, making a little progress. Aetherplasm just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Aetherplasm and its Sirar are nose to nose for 3rd. Renok T and Taknesty are locked in a close fight for 12th. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 3rd place. Papa Katsi is now in 13th. Captain Canadian has moved into 16th. Its Sirar is now in 3rd place. Swell Placed D has moved up to 10th place. Cobber and Swell Placed V are nose to tail for 10th. Cobber is climbing to 10th place. Renuk T4 and Just Pancakes are nose to tail fighting for 14th. Aetherplasm and its Sirar are neck and neck for 3rd place. Renok T4 and Dust Pancakes are also locked in a close fight for 14th. Hippie Langstrump is climbing to 8th place. Papa Cassie and Tak Nasty are nose to nose for 12th. Renok T4 is advancing to 14th. Zovi and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 5th place. Hinglemy Kringleberry and Zovi are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. And look at Maya climbing up 1 spot to 8. She's making moves. Scott Dixon and Aetherplasm are nose to tail for 4th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Naya are now locked in a close fight for 7th. Sovi is climbing to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is pushing into 7th. Cobber is sneaking into 9th. And Body Notes is closing in on Amy fast, just a second behind now. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place, overtaking 2 cars. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail, fighting for that 5th spot. And Body Notes is closing in on Amy and shrinking the gap by 1.2 seconds. Just Panchakis and Renaud T4 are battling it out for the 14th spot. Takido Kibre is climbing up 1 position to 17th. Aetherplasm is gaining on its Sararol, closing the gap by 1.33 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Titus 61, closing the gap by 1.40 seconds. Zovi and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 6th place. Papa Ketsi and I are locked in a close fight for 10th. Teddy 61 and Naibi are battling hard for 19th. Sylvie and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 6th place. Taknasty and Papa KC are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. New for Life just gained 1 spot and is now 15th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Etherplasm, closing the gap by over a second and a half now. Taknasty has climbed 1 spot to 11. Papa Kesi and Taknasty are nose to nose for the 11th position. Cobber and Sovi are nose to tail for 7th place. Number for Life has gained a spot and is now in 14th. Tokido Kibri has also moved up 1 position to 17th. Hingle McCringleberry and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for 4th place. Captain Canadian just slipped into 17th. Gina Jones is climbing to 21st. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 3rd place. It's Syrah and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Taknasty is sneaking into the top 10, moving up 1 position. Gina Jones is driving a 1952 Cosma Afi and is currently in 21st place. Her lap time is just under 2 minutes and 48 seconds, so she's hanging in there but not making much progress. Wow, Amy. Winning again? Looks like you're unstoppable. Congrats on another victory. Wow! Amy crushed it and took home the victory. Congratulations on the amazing win! And look at that! Amy also snagged the fastest lap, so they can claim the gorgeous 1963 Agachanian Watson, a true classic in the racing world. Hingle McCringleberry, you really made the race exciting with all those overtakes. Great effort! You can now claim the stylish 1958 Maserati 250F. Excellent job to both of you. Alright, here's a fun fact about the 2018 Honda IndyCar. It's practically a rocket on wheels designed for the racetrack. Honda managed to squeeze more horsepower into it than most people have in their entire cars, making it a real beast when it hits full throttle. Plus, it has the kind of aerodynamic tricks up its sleeve that make it stick to the track like glue. Basically, it's the kind of car that makes you wish you had a secret racing superpower. Oh, this is a classic battle of American muscle versus, well, Japanese precision. The Chevrolet from 2018 is known for its power and aggressive handling. But the Honda? It's usually the more nimble of the two, especially around a track like Nashville that loves a good mix of speed and agility. Honestly, I think Asanone's Chevrolet might have the edge in raw speed on straightaways, but GM Prime's Honda could make up some ground in the corners. If I had to guess, I might put my chips on Akanone for a slight advantage because of power boost. But don't count GM and Prime out just yet. It's going to be a close race, and I can't wait to see how these two perform. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Nashville Superspeedway, and Adam Flash is on pole position, driving a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others catch up. Marco Blech has taken the lead right from the start. Adam Flash is holding strong in second place. Husky Hook is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Gina Jones is making a strong push, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 5 cars. Though is also on the move, passing 4 cars to settle in 25th. Meanwhile, Adam Flash and Marco Blech are locked in a fierce duel for the top spot. Scott Dixon is charging through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Husky Hog is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place. Agudreino is also making moves, grabbing 4th spot. Things are heating up at the front. Agudreino just snuck into 3rd place. Aerotic and Adam Flash are nose to nose for 4th. Pamaka is climbing up to 6th. Architect is making a move, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is gaining ground, moving into 13th after passing 5 cars. The Fox 84 is on a roll, now in 17th after overtaking 6 cars. The Fox 84 is on a roll, climbing to 14. Wanga Tansei in the 272 is making a move to 16. Riko Haruji is charging up to 18, leaving some behind. Pamaka is on a roll, climbing 4 places to take 4th. 2 Pizanda Podcast is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 20. Adam Flash is having a tough time, dropping 16 spots to 21st. Hinga McCringleberry and I are neck and neck for 6th place. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrump are locked in a tight fight for 9th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th and is now battling Scott Dixon for 10th. GM Prime is on the move, climbing to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wangad 272 is also advancing, grabbing the 11th spot with a similar move. Husky Hog is having a tough time, dropping 10 positions to 12th. Be Your Art is on a roll, climbing up to 10th place. Zovi is also making moves, now 12th place. Husky Hog is having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 19. Zovi is on the move, climbing to 9th place. Wanga Tang 7272 is having a rough time, dropping to 17. Apex Milkbag is making a charge up to 19. Be Your Art is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. The Fox 84 is making a move, now in 7th after passing 4. PCRR is also on the rise, now 9th after overtaking 6 cars. Congratulations to Marco Blech on winning the race. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Marjico Bleich. That was an incredible race. You really drove like you owned the track. And a big shout out to Sophie for the most overtakes. You've earned yourself that shiny 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Well done. Who's next to claim their new ride? A fun fact about the 1989 Nissan Laurel is that it's part of Nissan's luxury lineup during the late 80s and early 90s, often considered the Japanese equivalent of a Cadillac or Mercedes at the time. It was known for its smooth ride and sleek design, making it a favorite among those who wanted a touch of sophistication, but didn't want to break the bank. Plus, it had some pretty advanced tech for its era, like electronically controlled suspension in some models. Basically, it was the car that said, "I'm classy, but don't forget I can still kick it in the race lane." Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your choices fast before they lock in those cars. Don't miss out on the fun of seeing which vehicle will dominate the race. Hurry up and pick your favorite, or you'll be stuck watching the default car crush the competition. Alright, so we've got Timborghini Tube in a classic 1985, Toyota Celica Supra, and Amy in a slightly newer 1994, Toyota Celica GT4. Both great cars. But let's be honest, the Supra is legendary for its simplicity and raw power, while the GT4 has a bit more turbocharged punch and all-wheel drive goodness. If this is a straight-up race and we're talking about pure speed, I'd give a slight edge to Amy's GT4 for the turbo advantage. But if the course is twisty and tight, the Supra's lighter weight could give it some maneuverability upside. I'd say it's a pretty close call, but I'm leaning toward Amy's more modern turbocharged ride pulling ahead in the end. Still, this is all about the IA's driving skills, so who knows, maybe the cars will surprise us. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Ayla's track, and leading the pack is Turbo Benzina in a classic 1994 Toyota Celica GT4. Looks like vintage power is ready to dominate today. Turbo Benzina has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is holding second place, closely followed by Pippi Langstrom in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Hinga McCringleberry and I are neck and neck for 9th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th. New for Life is climbing up to 11th. Gina Jones and Amy are now battling for 5th place. Hinga McCringleberry has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th. Hingla and Bodazara are nose to nose for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Maya is also moving up one spot to 8th. Looks like a little battle shaping up. Maya's driving a 1994 Toyota Celica GT4, starting in 9th. She's currently in 8th, so she's gained a spot. Looks like she's holding her own among the retro street cars. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Maya is now in 7th. Timburgini Tuba has moved into 9th. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1994 Toyota Celica GT4, same as Maya and Amy time. Looks like he's battling for the middle of the pack, just behind Maya and Amy. Not bad for a guy in 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now just a second behind Amy, and looking for a way past. Timburgini Tuba is right on Gina Jones' tail, inching closer with every lap. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1994 Toyota Celica GT4, same as Maya and Amy. Looks like he's battling for the lower top 10, currently in 10th place. Not bad for a car that's been around a while. Timburgini Tuba is driving a 1985 Toyota Celica Supra .TT. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 10, but not making much progress. Sophie is holding on to the 4th place, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like a tight squeeze coming up. Budatharwar's driving a 1980 Honda Prelude, which is quite the vintage choice. Looks like they're struggling, or maybe just taking it easy, since their fastest lap is listed as impossible to record. Not much action from them so far. Gary Seventon is driving a 1983 DM, known for its iconic gull-wing doors and stainless steel body. Looks like he's holding steady in 12th place, but he's a long way from the front. Gina Jones is driving a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560. She's currently in 8th place, and her lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so her race looks like a struggle to keep up. Timburgini Tuba is way behind and struggling with that slow lap time. Amy is comfortably ahead in 8th, so unless Timburgini pulls a miracle, she's got this race wrapped up. Gina Jones is driving a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560cc. She's currently in 8th place and seems to be struggling with pace, her fastest lap being significantly slower than others. Looks like she's having a tough time keeping up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1994 Toyota Celica GT4, same as Maya and Amy. Looks like he's trying to make a move from 10th place, but his fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. He's got some ground to make up. Hingle McCringleberry just gained a spot and is now in 6th place. The race for 5th is heating up with Maya and Hingle McCringleberry nose to nose. The retro street cars are holding their own, but the track seems to favor the Toyota Celica GT4 with its quick lap times. The Mercedes and Porsche are struggling a bit, probably due to the track's demands. Wow. Turbo Benzina really sped to the top. Looks like they left everyone in the dust. Nice job on the win. Wow. Turbo Benzina really stole the show with that win. Congratulations on the victory and the fastest lap. You definitely earned that shiny 1994 Toyota Celica G4. Amy, you also played it smart and took the bet race, so you get to claim that same classic car. Looks like retro street cars are the winners today. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or you might end up with something from the bargain bin. Get those selections in before the race starts and see which AI vehicle is going to dominate this chaotic showdown. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you return to the chaos of virtual racing. Hope you're ready to see some cars race around the track faster than a cat chasing a laser pointer. Alright, so we've got Rusnapalm 6 in a classic Porsche 911 Carrera RSR, and No Wool for Life in a Ford Mustang. Both are solid choices but very different beasts. The Porsche is likely to have better handling and stability, especially on a twisty track like de Grand Sambu. The Mustang, while powerful and stylish, might struggle a bit with precision turns. In my honest opinion, the Porsche should have the edge here, especially in a race that demands agility. But who knows? The Mustang might surprise us if it's all about raw power and a good start. I'm betting on the Porsche to take the win, but don't be shocked if the Mustang decides to throw a curveball. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at Du Grand Sambuc, and leading the pack in Group A's exception. Class is a classic, 1986 BMW M3, on pole position. It's quite the throwback to see this beauty lead the charge. Ingo McCringleberry has shot off to the lead, followed closely by Exception in second place. Scott Dixon is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Scott Dixon is now in second place, closing the gap. The battle for second is heating up between Scott Dixon and Exception. New For Life is climbing to sixth place, keeping an eye on the pack. New For Life and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for fifth place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th. Alex Has No Brain is advancing to 13th. No Wife just overtook someone to take fifth place. Gina Jones is closing in on Maya for 10th. Things are heating up at the back. Gina Jones is holding on to P9, but Rusnapalm 6 is right behind her. Maya and Gina Jones are nose to tail for the 10th spot. Looks like a close one. Amy just gained a position, now in 8th. The race is heating up in the mid-pack. Gina Jones just moved up one spot to take 9th place. Rusnapalm 6 and Gina are now nose to tail, fighting for that 9th position. Ingo McCringleberry is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to stay at the front unless something unexpected happens. Pippi Langstrom is storming through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Excepcion is climbing one spot to 2nd place. Chmagishat is also moving up one spot to 3rd. Alex Has No Brain is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sovi is also on the move, grabbing the 11th spot with 3 overtakes. Scott Dixon is making a steady push, moving up 2 spots to 2nd place. Amy is driving a 1989 Ford CRR S500, starting from the 10th position. She's currently in 8th place, which means she's gained a couple of spots. Looks like she's making some moves but still has some work to do to catch the leaders. Jamikat is driving a 1986 BMW M3 and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Amy just gained a spot, now in 7th. Pippi Langstrom is cutting down the gap to Everlasting Apex by 1.3 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Ingo McCringleberry is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to take this one. Excepcion is leading the race in a classic 1986 BMW M3. They're holding a solid position and have the fastest lap time among the top contenders. Looks like they're enjoying a smooth run so far. Wow, what a surprise. Hingelner Kringleberry taking the top spot again. Guess the race was just a formality. Well done. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for pulling off the win. Not only did they take first place, but they also snagged the fastest lap. Looks like they're earning that shiny 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500. Well done. And new for life. Way to claim victory in the bet race. You get the 1993 Ford Mustang Dodge. Nice work. Both drivers showed some serious skills today. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and maneuverability. Curitiba has some tight turns and tricky corners that demand a car capable of sticking to the road and responding quickly to steering inputs. While raw speed is fun, the ability to stay glued to the track and navigate those sharp bends smoothly is what will really make a difference here. A car with good balance and responsive suspension would probably shine the most on this circuit. Alright, we got MooTube with a slightly newer Ford Falcon FGX versus Unstable with a classic 28 Falcon FGGG. The FGX is more modern, so it probably has some better handling and tech under its hood. But the old school Falcon has its charm and might have a little more raw power. Honestly, it's a close call. If the race is about agility, I'd give a slight edge to MooTube. But if endurance and raw power matter more, Unstable might surprise us. It's a real toss-up, but I'd lean towards the FGX just because newer usually means a little more speed and stability. Let's see what happens. Alright, everyone. The race is kicking off at Curitiba and Scott Dixon is starting on pole, driving a classic 2007 Holden Commodore VE. Let's see if that vintage magic can hold him at the front. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second, and Panny 3 holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Architect is charging through the field, climbing 3 spots to take 7th place. Gina Jones is making moves, jumping 2 positions to second. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose to tail, fighting hard for 2nd place. Honey 3 is now in 3rd place. Sovi is climbing to 4th. Unstabil is making a move to 7th. Kyroscope and Famaka are nose to tail for 9th place. Hingle, Kringleberry, and J Bogey are locked in a close fight for 16th. Dicey Shames and Hingle McCringleberry are battling it out for 17th. Gyroscope and Famaka are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Dicey Shines has just gained 1 spot and is now in 17th. Autumn Thunderbird and Cobber are locked in a close fight for 20th. Honey 3 is holding off Gina Jones by a hair for 2nd place. Mootuba and Scott Dixon are swapping positions every corner for 5th. Gyroscope and Famaka are nose to tail for 9th. Honey 3 is climbing up to 2nd place. Cobber is making a move to 20. The V8 supercars are pretty evenly matched here, so the track's probably just highlighting driver skill and car setup. No clear advantage for any specific model yet. Autumn Thunderbird is making a move and now leading the race. Amy is right behind, not giving up that easily. The battle for first is heating up with both racers pushing hard. Maya is holding steady in 4th place. Penny 3 is closing in on Gina Jones. Amy is comfortably leading the race. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Sylvie and Scott Dixon are now battling closely for 4th position. Architect and Unstable are also locked in a tight fight for 7th. Sylvie is climbing up to 4th place. Mootuba and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 5th. Architect and Unstable are locked in a close fight for 7th. Jay Boogie just blitzed through the field to grab the lead. Amy and Jay Boogie are nose to nose for 1st place. Mootuba and Sylvie are locked in a close fight for 5th. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to find a way past. Amy and Jabu Oogie are still neck and neck at the front, no clear winner yet. Gyroscope and Famaka are battling hard for 10th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Nufalai just gained a spot, now in the 13th position, making moves. Gyroscope is on a roll, moving up 3 spots to 8th place. Amy has just claimed the top spot. Honey 3 is also climbing, grabbing 2nd place. Architect is storming to the front, overtaking 11 cars to claim the top spot. Cobber is climbing fast, passing 3 cars to reach the 15th position. Amy and Architect are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Dicey Shanks is on a tear, overtaking 18 cars to claim the lead. Sylvie and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. No For Life is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 11th. Wow, Amy. You really sped past everyone. Congratulations on your win at Curitiba. Wow, Amy really outdid everyone else. Great job, Amy. You must have some secret turbo boost or something. That was an impressive victory. Sure. Here's a fun fact about the 2008 Dodge Viper GT2 CC. It's actually a beast on the track thanks to its lightweight design and incredible aerodynamics, making it feel like it's glued to the asphalt. Plus, with that V10 engine roaring under the hood, it's basically a snake ready to strike at any racing challenge. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your picks quick if you want your favorite car to have a shot at victory. Don't be the person who waits until the last second and ends up with whatever's left over. Let's get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Scott Dixon on a 2004 Porsche 91196 GT3 RS is definitely loading up with a classic that's known for its balance and agility. On the other hand, Amy's got a 2005 Spyker C8 Spider G2R, which is more of a wild card with that exotic flair, and a bit of a reputation for being a bit quirky but quick. Considering the car choice, the Porsche is probably more predictable and reliable on a technical track like the Rio de Janeiro Coast Loop. But the Spyker might surprise us with some flair and raw speed if Amy can harness its potential. I'd lean towards Scott's Porsche because of its proven track record and handling, especially on a winding coastal course. But hey, in this game, anything can happen, so don't count out Amy just yet. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Rio de Janeiro Coast Loop, and Turbo Benzina is leading the pack, in that classic 2003 C Cupra. Gee, let's see if the old school can hold its ground. Hippie Langstrom is leading the race with Turbo Benzina close behind in second place. Mufa Life is holding on to third. But expect some early action to shake things up. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Dixon are nose to tail for that spot. Sophie and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Dovi is climbing nicely into 8th place. Ren Kaori is also pushing forward now in 9th. Amy and Ren Kaori are nose to tail, fighting for that 9th spot. Ren Kaori is in a Lotus Evora GX GT4, a car known for its agility and balance. They are currently in the 11th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Scott Dixon just gained one more position, now in 5th. Maya and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 4th place. Rosa Golgamin is driving a 2016 Maserati Gran Turismo MC. They are currently in 12th place, holding steady but not challenging for the lead. Dishonored Fox just overtook someone to take the 13th place. Bacorn and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for that spot. Rosé Godgamin and Kasumergirl are locked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Bacon and Dishonored Fox are neck and neck for 13th. GamerBoss72 is climbing up one spot to 17. GamerBoss72 and the Chaotic Weirdo are battling it out for 16. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 2005 Spiker C8 Spider G2. R looks like they're holding steady in 6th place, but the gap to the leaders is quite wide. Not much action happening around them yet. Maya is in 4th place with a 1995 Marcos LM 600 GT2. Her fastest lap is a 50.5. She's holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Turbo Benzina is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely the one to beat. Maya is driving a 1995 Marcos LM 600 GT2. She's currently in 4th place and has a fastest lap of 50.5. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders. No Free Life is gaining on Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Maya is inching closer to New For Life, cutting the distance by nearly 2 seconds. GamerBoss72 is climbing up to 16th place, making moves. The GTS cars are dominating, with the top 4 spots showing strong performances. The track seems to favor their speed and handling, giving them an edge over the GT4 class. Maya is driving a 1995 Marcos LM 600 G2, starting in 4th and currently holding the 8th spot. The car's fastest lap is 50.5 seconds. Looks like she's holding her ground but not quite making the moves yet. Shoebox TV is climbing to 14th place. Tyler Drums 31 is catching up to 17th place. Scott Dixon is holding 7th but is a bit behind the leader. Amy is in 9th, close enough to make a move if she gets a good slipstream. Looks like Dixon might need a miracle to catch the front, while Amy's got a shot if she pushes. Turbo Benzina is holding the lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely got the pace to stay ahead unless he slips up. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like her adventurous spirit really paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Well, congratulations to Pippi Langstrom for taking the victory. Way to show those cars who's boss. And a big shout out to Turbo Benzina for snagging the fastest lap. Looks like you've earned yourself a sleek 2003 Seat Cupper GT Scott Dixon. You didn't just win the bet race. You've also earned yourself a shiny 2004 Porsche 1196 GT3 RSR. So good job there. Lastly, Pippi, you really went all out with the most overtakes. So you're claiming a 1995 Marcos LM 600 GT2. Quite the haul for today's race. Keep those engines roaring. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost finished, so don't miss out on your chance to choose your favorite. Hurry up and get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is like a vintage car showdown with a twist of nostalgia. Scott Dixon with the Porsche 91720. That's a classic beast known for speed and agility in its heyday. On the other hand, New for Life is taking the Ferrari 512S, which is no stranger to racing glory and has a sleek, aggressive design. Honestly, it's a close race because both cars are icons and have their own unique strengths. The Porsche might have a slight edge with its lighter weight and raw power, but the Ferrari's aerodynamic design and historical racing pedigree could give it a surprise advantage on the twists and turns of the Roval. If I had to bet, I'd say the Ferrari might just have a tiny upper hand because of its race-ready design and the legendary speed. But don't count out the Porsche, it might just surprise us all with its vintage mojo. This is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval. And it looks like the chaotic weirdo is starting strong on pole with that classic 1971 Porsche 91720. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with the chaotic weirdo leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. New for Life is holding on to third for now, but with this AI driving, anything can happen. New for Life just overtook Scott Dixon to take second place. They are really pushing hard. Your Instinct has moved up to seventh, closing the gap with Maya Doyle. That battle for sixth is getting spicy. Pippi Langstrom just made a bold move to second place, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Your Instinct is not far behind, also climbing 3 spots to 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is on a roll, overtaking 4 cars to grab 7th. New for Life is making a quick climb up the field, now in 26th place after overtaking 4 cars. Sophie is gaining ground, now in 11th place. Shots Fired is also moving up, now in 13th place. New for Life is closing in on Bacho Grand fast, just 7 seconds behind now. Exclusive Gox and Spear Like Hail are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Ihave Xema and Shots Fired are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Ihave Xema is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Deathers is also making progress, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 15. Your Instinct is having a rough patch, dropping 12 places to 16. Kingshu 22 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to reach 17. Frankenbalz is also making a charge up 3 places to 18. Balsamic Vintful 183 is catching up fast, overtaking 3 cars to land 19. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th place. England McCringleberry and I are still neck and neck for 5th. Amy is closing in on Exclusive Gox, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Exclusive Gox and Spear Like Hail are neck and neck for 7th place. Roger Bear 302 is closing in on Amy and has chipped away at the gap by 1.40 seconds. Shots Fired is climbing up to 11th place, gaining 1 spot. Spear Like Hail just overtook Hingle McCringleberry and is now in 6th place. They are nose to nose, battling for that spot. Ozagox is climbing up to 7th place. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Bacho Grande is moving up to 20th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Your Instinct is climbing up 1 spot to take 21st. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Your Instinct are locked in a fierce battle for 21st place. Exclusive Gots advances to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry climbs to 7th. New for Life is gaining on Shoto Todoroki 39, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Spear Like Hail is really having a rough time, dropping back to 21st. Amy is climbing steadily to 8th place. Roger Bear 302 is also making moves, now in 9th. Sophie is driving a 1971 Ferrari 512M, which is known for its speed and agility. They're currently in the 24th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a tough race for them, but they're hanging in there. Gina Jones is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by over a second and a quarter. Up, Amy has climbed one spot to 7th place. Roger Bear 302 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, narrowing the gap by a little over a second and a third. Wow, the chaotic weirdo really pulled off the win at New Hampshire Motor Speedway Roval. Guess all that chaos paid off. Congratulations on the victory. Congrats to the chaotic weirdo for taking the checkered flag. That was some impressive driving, even if it was all AI magic. As for Scott Dixon, you're the lucky one. You can claim the legendary 1971 Porsche 91720. Hope you enjoy cruising in that beauty. If I had to pick one of these cars to win at Anneau du Rennes, I'd probably go with the 2012 Nissan GT-R. It's known for its all-wheel drive, incredible grip, and a twin-turbo V6 that keeps it competitive on twisty tracks. Plus, it's a bit of a legend when it comes to handling and speed. The others are nice, but the GT-R tends to have a good balance of power and control. That's perfect for a tricky circuit like Anneau du Rennes. Alright folks, you better pick your favorite car quick before the countdown ends. No more time to hesitate. We're about to see these beauties hit the track. Oh, this is a classic showdown, isn't it? Gina with her sleek 2019 Lamborghini SC18, Alston vs Sophie cruising in a vintage 1978 BMW M1 Usta. The Lambo's got modern tech, quick acceleration, and probably more grip on the track. But Sophie's driving a true classic, so don't count that out just yet. The BMW might have a bit of nostalgic charm, and maybe some handling tricks up its sleeve. If it's a straight-up speed battle, I'd lean toward Gina and her newer, more aggressive machine. But if Sophie can leverage the classic's balance and maybe surprise us with some clever maneuvering, this could get interesting. My gut says Gina's got the edge. But hey, anything can happen in the realm of AI driving. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Ano Durin with Turbo Benzina leading the pack in a 2019 Lamborghini's C18 Alston. It's a wild start. Let's see if that pole position holds up. Turbo Benzina has shot off the line and taken the lead. Amy is holding second place, just ahead of me in third. Looks like a close battle forming early on. Ingle McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to take the 10th place. Asironi is also on the rise, moving up 2 positions to sit in 6th. And Fatik and Asironi are now nose to tail, fighting it out for 6th place. New for Life is currently in 8th place driving a 2012 Nissan GT. R looks like they're holding steady, but not making much noise in the top ranks. Gina Jones is holding on to 4th while Sovi is in the middle of the pack. Not much separation yet, so it's still anyone's game. Juana Baquito is driving a 1989 Ferrari 348, a classic sports car known for its sharp handling and iconic design. Looks like they're hanging around the back, probably just enjoying the scenery or saving fuel. Scott Dixon is racing a 1989 Ferrari 348. He's currently in the 12th position, so he's holding his own but not quite in the top tier yet. Hen Fatik and Radioactive Vixen are neck and neck for 6th place. Sovi is closing in on Wrath 92, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Juana Baquito and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 14th. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Pippi Langstrom and New for Life are still neck and neck for 9th. Looks like a close fight there. The track's tight corners seem to favor the newer Lamborghini with its agility, keeping the top 3 close. The longer straights might give some of the older models a chance to catch up. No for Life is currently in 10th place driving a 2012 Nissan GT-R. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Pippi Langstrom's Wisman GTM F5 is a rare retro car known for its unique design and lightweight build. Looks like she's holding steady in 11th place, not making any big moves, but staying in the game. Gina Jones is driving a 2019 Lamborghini SC18 Alston, the same as the leader. She's currently in 5th place, so she's holding her own but not quite close enough to challenge for the top. Sovi is driving a 1978 BMW M, a classic retro street car. Looks like their race is pretty quiet so far, sitting in the middle of the pack without much action around them. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is advancing to 9th. Looks like they're both on the move. Sovi is racing a 1978 BMW M, one which is a classic but seems to be struggling with pace. Their position in the middle of the retro group suggests they're holding steady but not making much progress. Woof for Life is climbing to 9th place. Scott Dixon is now in 13th. Looks like both are making some moves. Maya is driving a 2019 Lamborghini S C18 Austin, same as the top 3. She's currently in 3rd place, just behind Turbo Benzina and Amy. Her fastest lap is quicker than Amy, so she's pushing hard. Looks like she's trying to catch up to the leader. Well, look at that. Turbo Benzina took the top spot at Anno Durham. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice job! Wow, Turbo Benzina, you really showed us what you're made of. Big congratulations on winning the race. And look at that! You also snagged the fastest lap. So you get to claim the gorgeous 2019 Lamborghini C18 Austin. That's quite the double whammy. And a huge shout out to Gina Jones for winning the bet race. Your skill is clearly top-notch. Hingle McCringleberry, you're the king of overtakes today. Claim your Lamborghini C18 Austin, and maybe teach the others a thing or two about making daring moves. This has been an incredible race. Can't wait to see what surprises come next. Alright everyone, time is running out. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment. Don't leave me hanging here with these AI races going all out without your support. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright. This is an interesting matchup. Husky Hulk in that Bentley Continental GT3. Sounds like he's got a bit of muscle behind him, especially with that fancy 2015 model. But Gina Jones in the Audi R8 LS, now that's a wild card. The Audi's known for its agility and sharp handling, which could give it an edge on Clark's curves and straights. If I were to put my money on it, I'd say Gina has a slight advantage with that nimble Audi. But don't count Husky Hog out just yet. That Bentley could surprise us if it gets the power down right. It's going to be a close call, but I think Gina is going to take it by a nose. Alright everyone. Patsouris is kicking things off from pole position in the GT3 class, driving a 2015 SCG003 at Clark International Speedway. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others will give him a run for his money. Patsouris has shot off the line to take the lead. New for Life is right behind him in second place. Amos Gordon is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Blanchicot 21 is making a move, climbing 3 places to 18. New for Life and Patsouris are nose to tail at the front, no clear leader yet. Pippi Langstrom and Amos Gordon are locked in a close fight for third. Dina Jones and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Especial just gained 2 spots and is now 7. Maya and Especial are locked in a close fight for 7. Maya and Especial are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Scott Dixon has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Hingo Nick Ringleberry and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 10th. Maya is climbing up to 7th place. Toadette TV and Lasashabi are nose-to-nose for 21st. Husky Hog is holding off Gina Jones by a car length for 5th place. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail for 9th position, not giving an inch. Maya and our special are nose to tail for 7th place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th place. Zoe is inching closer to the top 10 now in 14th. Especial is now in 7th place. Maya and Especial are still neck and neck for that spot. Hinglemy Kringleberry has advanced to 10th place. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail for 8th place. Let's Go just gained a spot to take 11. Amy and Dralitsko are now locked in a close fight for 11. Toadette TV is currently in the 18th place with a Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like a steady climb, but still a ways to go to catch the front runners. Our special is driving a 2014 Dodge Viper SRT GTR3. Their race seems to be steady in 10th place, but with a lot of cars close behind. Amos Gordon is driving an Aston Martin Zagato VLN, currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Scott Dixon and Especial are nose to tail for 7th place. Zoe is climbing up to 12th. Alex Has No Brain is also on the move. Now, 13th. Zoe is climbing up to 11th place. Dralitsko and Zoe are nose to tail for that spot. Alex Has No Brain and Dralitsko are also close, fighting for 12th place. Alex Has No Brain just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Zoe is right behind, looking for a way past. This is a close fight for that 11th spot. Alex Has No Brain is climbing to 11th place. Sophie and Alexa are battling hard for that spot. Mr. Wolf J is also making progress, now in 17. Sophie is climbing up to 11th place. Alex Has No Brain and Sophie are nose to nose for that spot. Lisa Shibi and Toadette TV are locked in a close fight for 21st. Lisa Shibi just edged up to 21st place. Toadette TV and Lisa Shibi are still nose to nose for that spot. Kyosify is creeping up to 27. Wow! Patsorts just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win! Congratulations to Patsorts for winning the race. That was an impressive performance. Now Gina Jones, you've earned it with your bet race win. You can go ahead and claim that sleek 2016 Audi R8 LM. Enjoy your new ride. Sure thing. Did you know that GT1 cars used to be so wild and powerful, they could sometimes be mistaken for a race car version of a sports car from the showroom? They were basically the superstars of the racing world in the early 2000s, blending the line between racing machines and exotic street cars. Quite the showstopper on the track. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your picks now before the race begins. Don't let your favorite car get left behind just because you hesitated. Ooh, this is an interesting showdown. Turbo Benzina with that sleek 1998 Mercedes-Benz C-LKG. TRGT1 is definitely packing some serious racing history and speed. On the other hand, Queen Manda's Venturi 600LM from 1993 has that classic, raw racing vibe, but it might be a bit behind in tech and aerodynamics. Honestly, I'm leaning toward Turbo Benzina taking the lead here because that TLKK GTR is a beast on the track, especially with its reputation for dominance in its era. But don't count Queen Manda out just yet. Racing is unpredictable, and sometimes the underdog surprises us all. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, we're kicking off at the 40 Ring Indy with Turbo Benzina in the lead, driving a classic 1998 Mercedes-Benz. KT, oh, cheat one. Buckle up, this is gonna be a wild ride. Turbo Benzina has taken the lead right out of the gate. Queen Manda is holding strong in second place, and Sovi is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Sovi is now in second place. Double has climbed to fifth. Cloudy is in seventh. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into 8th place. Gina Jones and Maya are nose to tail for that 8th spot. Amy is climbing up to 11th place, closing the gap. Ingo McCringleberry and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 9th place. Kuhulukachu is sneaking up one spot to 17th. Ren Kauri is climbing to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is moving into 9th. Amy is now in 10th. Double just edged past Queen Manda for 4th place. Cloudy and Penny 3 are still neck and neck for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry and Maya are swapping positions every corner for 8th. Double just sneaked into 4th place, pushing Queen Manda a bit back. Queen Manda and Double are nose to tail for that 4th spot. Cloudy is climbing up to 6th, inching closer to the pack. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. I am moving up to 8th place. Amy is now in 9th. Looks like a tight scramble for the top. Kulukachu and Official Class Alive are nose to tail for the 17th spot. Zirorelia just gained one position and is now in 21st. Juice Chanet and Zirorelia are also fighting for 21st place. Cloudy is inching closer to Queen Manda, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Scott Dixon and Penny 3 are nose to nose for 10th place. Taylors of Strilly is catching Alan 656 fast, narrowing the gap by 4 seconds. Tales of Strilly and Alan 656 are battling for 15th. Looks like a close one. Ren Kauri is really closing the gap on Sovi now, just a second behind. They're battling hard for 2nd place. Cloudy and Queen Manda are also nose to tail fighting for 5th. Ren Kauri and Sovi are neck and neck for 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Cloudy, cutting the gap by over a second. Pippi Langstrom and Scott Dixon are battling for 11th. No room for a breather there. Pippi Langstrom is climbing 2 spots to take the 10th place. New for Life is moving up 1 spot to 12th. Scott Dixon and New for Life are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Looks like a battle is brewing. Gina Jones is slicing through the field, closing in on Scott Dixon by over a second. Iron Crusoe Wooden Cross is climbing up to 27th place. Neo Texum is also on the move, now in 29th. New for Life is holding a narrow lead over Pani 3 for 11th place. Sirarelia is just ahead of Joey Pastrami, fighting for the 20th spot. Congratulations to Turbo Benzina on the victory. Looks like they really know how to take the checkered flag. Well deserved. Wow, congratulations to Turbo Benzina on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. You've earned the legendary 1998 Mercedes-Benz CLK GT1 DT1. Nice work. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrom for the most overtakes. That's quite the achievement. And you get to claim the stylish 1996 Porsche 911 GT1. Well deserved. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad you could rejoin us for some high-speed chaos. Get ready for some AI cars trying to outsmart each other on the track. Alright everyone, it looks like we need a quick tune-up behind the scenes. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back in just a few minutes. Grab a